Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us today for our meeting of the Interim Judiciary Committee. We'll start by having the Secretary please call the roll.
Senator Krasner,
Here.
Senator Nguyen, Assemblymember Cole, Assemblymember Gonzalez, Assemblymember Hanson,
Here.
Assemblymember Miller, Assemblymember Moore, Chair Scheibel.
Here, and please mark those present who are not here yet present when they arrive. We have a busy agenda today. Of course, we have two periods of public comment, one at the beginning and one at the end. We also have two main sections of our meeting. We will be discussing human trafficking in the beginning, and then we'll be moving on to traffic at the end of the meeting. We will take a break in the middle for lunch. We'll see how the presentations go at the beginning. We usually aim for about 12:30 p.m. for our lunch break, but we'll find a natural breaking point. I'll try to give you some advanced warnings so that you all can plan your days, because I appreciate that you've all taken time out of your busy schedules to be here, even though your presentations may not be for a few more hours. So with that, we will go ahead and get started with the first item on the agenda, which is public comment. Anybody wishing to give public comment here in Las Vegas is invited up to the front. Go ahead and take a seat in one of those blue chairs. We ask that you each keep your public comments to no more than 2 minutes. And just go ahead when you're ready. I won't call on you. Just go in order.
Hello, Assembly members. My name is Terry Chi, Terry Chi for the record. I am a whistleblower at Vegas PBS, a division of the Clark County School District. My dream job, turned nightmarish experience at our local PBS station, has ignited a movement for me. I now serve as the Nevada Bill Director for End Workplace Abuse, a volunteer-led nonprofit organization dedicated to eliminating workplace bullying and mobbing. I'm joined here today by other employee advocates who believe in the mission of passing a Workplace Psychological Safety Act in every state to protect workers from abusive environments. Under current federal law, harassment is only illegal if it is motivated by a person's membership in a protected class, such as race, sex, religion, etc. The kind of pervasive and severe harassment, gaslighting, and abuse that I experienced should never happen to anyone, no matter whether you belong to a protected class or not. Toxic workplaces don't just hurt feelings, they have measurable consequences. I had to take medical leave from work for vertigo, heart palpitations, high blood pressure, just to name a few. The bullied brain is a phrase used to explain the neurobiological condition of a brain that has been psychologically altered by chronic psychological abuse. It is time that our laws reflect the reality that psychological harm is real harm. We asked this committee, as we did with the Commerce and Labor Committee, at their February 18th, 2026 meeting, to introduce a Workplace Psychological Safety Act to help stop and prevent employee abuse. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello, good morning, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Nicole Higgins. I'm here to share my experience with workplace abuse and retaliation that I faced while working at the Wynn. Speaking about this is difficult, but I believe it is important to speak up about what happened. I was hired as a performer and also a dance captain. During my time there, I experienced a pattern of behavior that included slander, gaslighting, coercion, and retaliation. When concerns about workplace safety and fairness were raised, instead of being addressed appropriately, the response I received was dismissive and at times condescending. There were instances where false statements were made about me that damaged my reputation and credibility. When I attempted to clarify the truth or defend myself, my concerns were minimized or reframed in ways that made me question my own experiences. This gaslighting created a confusing and stressful environment where it became difficult to feel heard or respected. I also experienced pressure and coercion in situations where I felt my voice and professional judgment were undermined. When I attempted to raise legitimate concerns about safety and workplace conditions, I faced retaliation rather than support. This retaliation made it clear that speaking up came with consequences, which created a culture of fear and silence. The impact of this experience was significant. It affected my emotional well-being, my sense of safety at work, and my trust in the systems that are supported to protect employees. No one should have to choose between protecting their integrity and protecting their job. I'm sharing my experience because workplaces should be environments where employees can raise concerns, especially about safety, without fear of retaliation or harm to their reputation. Accountability, transparency, and healthy communication are essential to creating safe and respectful work environments. My hope is that by sharing my story, it helps bring attention to the importance of protecting employees who speak up, addressing harmful behavior when it occurs, and ensuring that workplaces remain safe, ethical, and supportive for everyone. Thank you for listening.
Good morning. My name is Donna Wiegert, Donnawegert. I originated and starred as the lead performer of the Awakening show at Wynn Las Vegas since its inception, April 2022, until my termination, July 2025. I initially was not going to speak today, but through what I experienced at the Awakening show, I found my disappointment lies most with those who were in a position or had the opportunity to speak out and evoke change, yet remain silenced through the abuse. I'm ashamed to admit that I was once just as complacent, an idle witness to the targeted bullying and harassment that was happening to those around me. As patterns persist, and this mistreatment inevitably found its way to me directly, either through carelessness or intentional harm, I was then conscious to the emotional and mental tolls that came with it. There was at the time, and to my knowledge still is, a complete lack of accountability. Through attempted conversation, outside mediation, even through resources that are currently being provided by the government, myself, as well as many others, had seemingly exhausted every available resource with signs of no solution or remorse. I can only assume that this abuse and hostility are still ongoing, as those who have consistently and repeatedly caused and enabled this harm remain unchecked in their positions. Although I had no control over the narrative they spun against me that led to my abrupt termination, I hope that continuing to share the truth of what I both witnessed and experienced can be used in prevention of similar circumstances happening to the next person. I do not wish for my turmoils to be a part of a pattern rather than part of a solution. I encourage you to consider the Workplace Psychological Act. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here today. My name is Bridget Shiner, BridgetScheiner, alias Bridgie Nix. I was a performer at Awakening at the Wynn with the inaugural cast. And I previously shared my testimony last month, and I'm just going to do a brief catch up for those of you who weren't there. During my time there, I was seen as an advocate for the cast safety. We faced a lot of harms. We were on a glass stage. There were a lot of concerns and lack of hazard protections that no show in the world had ever experienced because of the moving stage. And because I am an older seasoned dancer within the industry, I became the unofficial appointed advocate. Throughout the time there, many people came forward with sexual harassment issues and managerial abuse, as well as psychological abuse from upper management. During company meetings, I would often address these issues and would try to solve them in a very diplomatic and workful way with our upper management. When that failed, fast forward, I did go to HR, and then there was a target on my back throughout the rest of my time there. To keep it pretty short, the neglect that I experienced did lead to a permanent spine damage injury that was entirely preventable, but it was due to the fact that my costume didn't fit me and they would not give me reasonable accommodation during that time, knowing that this was giving me permanent spine damage. I was made to be set as an example of, and they wanted very much so to encourage the cast not to move forward with HR. I then got suspended without pay while I had my injury on stage for a month. Then I got terminated while I was on workers' comp. I was the first of many there, and while they did intend to make a case out of me, the same situation happened to 12 other women after me. Many of us went through the NERC and EEOC, and the NERC, EEOC, and HR have failed all of us. Since then, I did post my testimony last month to my social media. At this point, I thought this was dominantly a performer issue that happens within the Cirque shows and also at the Wynn. After I posted on social media, I had so many people from both Reno and Las Vegas DM me saying they've experienced so many similar situations within this state. The state of Nevada does not have many executive positions for women, and I do believe this is a dominant reason why women are highly discriminated against in a psychological abusive way. I hope today that you really consider passing this act and we can continue to protecting the women in our workforce. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Scheibel, members of the committee. For the record, my name is William Horn with Western Public Affairs, representing SafeNest, the largest provider of services for survivors of domestic and sexual violence. Domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking are often treated as separate crimes, but in reality, they frequently intersect. Traffickers also use the same power and control dynamics that define domestic violence to exploit victims. National data shows that family members and intimate partners account for nearly half of identified traffickers, demonstrating that trafficking often occurs within abusive relationships rather than through strangers. Here in our community, the scale of the problem is significant. In Clark County, law enforcement recorded more than 21,000 domestic violence reports in 2025, and domestic violence remains one of the leading drivers of homicide in the region. At the same time, Nevada consistently ranks among states with the highest human trafficking rates per capita in the country, and over 90% of trafficking cases reported in Nevada involve sex trafficking. These crimes are not isolated systems. Survivors often move through multiple forms of victimization, domestic violence, sexual assault, and trafficking, while interacting with fragmented systems that were never designed to respond together. That's why SafeNest is building the One Safe Place campus in Clark County, a coordinated center where law enforcement, forensic services, advocacy, legal support, community partners work side by side. The goal is simple. When victims access coordinated services in one place, we increase safety, improve prosecution of offenders, and most importantly, prevent future violence. Addressing domestic violence, sexual assault, and trafficking together is not only effective, it is necessary if we want to reduce violence in Nevada. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you all. I don't see anybody else coming forward to give public comment in Las Vegas, so we'll go to Carson City. Is there anybody wishing to give in-person public comment in Carson City? I don't see anybody coming to the table. AVH, do we have anybody on Zoom or the phone wishing to give public comment?
If you'd like to participate in public comment, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Good morning, Chair Scheibel, members of the committee. Tanya Brown, TONJABROWN, advocate for the inmates and the innocent. I would like to bring to the committee's attention that we, advocates for the inmates and the innocent, have already submitted our recommendations in January, and we have requested a placement on the July 14th, 2026 agenda to provide a presentation. I also want to note that during the 2015-16 meeting of the Advisory Commission on the Administration of Justice, it was established that any recommendation may be brought before a committee through public comment. Once a recommendation has been introduced in this way, it is considered heard and vetted and is accepted by the committee. Today, we face the truth that should trouble every one of us. Innocence should not die just because the person did. Across the country, people like Timothy Cole and Tommy Lee Walker were exonerated only after death, decades after the justice system failed them. In 2026, Tommy Lee Walker was finally exonerated 70 years after his execution. His son said that clearing his father's name meant lifting a weight our family has carried for generations. That is what posthumous exoneration does. It restores dignity, it heals families, it tells the truth history tried to bury. But in Nevada, when someone dies under a wrongful conviction, the case dies with them. Their family has no voice, their name remains stained, and the truth stays locked away. The Nolan Klein Act changes that. It creates a clear path for families to petition for factual innocence, ensures equal access to all material evidence, and allows our courts to correct injustices that were never corrected in life. This bill is about truth, accountability, and the integrity of our justice system. Nevada should not be a place where errors go uncorrected simply because the person we failed is no longer here to speak. The Nolan Klein Act gives their families that voice, and it ensures that justice, real justice, does not end at one's death. Thank you.
Chair, there are no more callers at this time.
All right, thank you so much. That concludes public comment for the beginning of our meeting. We will now move on to agenda item number 3, our presentations on human trafficking. We will go in order. So we will start with the Junior League of Las Vegas.
Good morning, and thank you so much for having us today. I apologize, is the first time doing this. Does the presentation that was provided in advance show, or do we just?
Okay, we can put it on the screen.
I'm okay if not. I was just checking.
I think we have someone coming to our rescue right now from IT.
Thank you so much, and good morning. My name is Christina Velarde, and I have the privilege of serving as president of the Junior League of Las Vegas. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today and to share a little bit about our organization, our work in Southern Nevada, and the role we play in supporting Nevada's broader efforts to prevent and address human trafficking. On February 26th, the Junior League of Las Vegas celebrated our 80th anniversary, which has given us a meaningful opportunity to reflect on where we began and also on how our mission continues to evolve to meet the needs of our community. And today I'm excited to share with you our history, what League looks like today, and how we work alongside nonprofit partners and policymakers to strengthen prevention efforts across Southern Nevada. We were founded in 1946, originally as the Service League of Las Vegas, when 7 women came together to address the needs of a rapidly growing post-war community. At that time, Southern Nevada was expanding quickly, but social services and nonprofit infrastructure were still very limited. These women believed that by studying community needs and mobilizing volunteers, they could help build solutions for what would strengthen our community. And that philosophy continues to guide our work today. Over the decades, we have been part of launching several organizations that are now essential parts of Nevada's nonprofit landscape. Discovery Children's Museum, Shade Tree Women's Shelter, Ronald McDonald House, Help of Southern Nevada, and Super Summer Theater are just a few of those that we have orchestrated the start of. Throughout our history, Junior League has stepped forward when communities needed leadership, whether supporting public health initiatives that provide thousands with free immunizations, mobilizing volunteers to address food insecurity, creating leadership opportunities for high school students, or expanding civic engagement through public policy education. In 1971, Service League of Las Vegas joined the Association of Junior Leagues International, becoming the Junior League of Las Vegas and part of a global network of nearly 300 leagues dedicated to civic leadership and community impact across the world. So what do we look like today? More than 600 diverse women that are supporting our Southern Nevada community. And we continue that same model, studying community needs, building partnerships, mobilizing volunteers. And that is what's led us to our current area of focus, human trafficking prevention through advocacy and education. Rather than duplicating services already provided by frontline organizations, our role is to strengthen the ecosystem around them. We do that by mobilizing volunteers, supporting long-term nonprofit partnerships, and investing in education and youth development. We are currently partnering with organizations such as Biashiro Foundation, Communities in Schools, CCSD, the Public Education Foundation, St. Jude Ranch for Children, and the YMCA. These partnerships allow us to support prevention and awareness efforts while expanding the reach of organizations already doing critical work. Human trafficking is a complex, heavy issue that requires coordination across many sectors. And the Junior League's role is to strengthen the systems surrounding those providing those direct services. We're doing volunteering at scale. We're supporting community education and prevention outreach and building partnerships with these nonprofit organizations and investing in them financially through grants and fundraising initiatives while supporting the public awareness and civic engagement efforts. We often describe Junior League as a multiplier organization, meaning our goal is to expand the capacity of these frontline partners by aligning our volunteer power, civic leadership, and financial investment with their broader anti-trafficking strategies. For 80 years, we have remained committed to long-term community impact. We've helped launch and sustain community institutions, trained generations of civic leaders, and invested strategically in prevention-focused initiatives. Importantly, our work in public policy is nonpartisan and education-focused, and we see ourselves as part of Nevada's civic infrastructure. We are not a short-term initiative. We are an organization that evolves alongside the needs of Southern Nevada. And this committee and its continued work, as it continues its work, we stand ready to collaborate on prevention-focused policy ideas, helping collect or source community data, connecting legislators with nonprofit partners, and mobilizing volunteers to support statewide efforts. A little over the last 80 years of impact, our members have donated $2.5 million to Southern Nevada, 800,000 of those in education grants that go directly to Clark County teachers to fund their passion projects, and most recently over $100,000 invested in human trafficking organizations in the last 2 years. But even more exciting than that, our members have donated 2.5 million volunteer hours, done by trained volunteers that are jumping in to do the work wherever is needed. Part of our mission, probably the most important part of our mission, is in the development of women. And we develop leaders who go on to serve our community in meaningful ways. Historically, Junior League members have included influential civic leaders, Florence Lee Jones Calhan, Thalia Dondero, Saran Knight Preety, and these women have shaped Las Vegas history through journalism, public service, and civil rights advocacy. And more recently, we are proud to continue that legacy. Our women serve in leadership roles across government, law enforcement, and public service. And these include amazing leaders such as District Court Judge Tiara Jones, State Senator Julie Pazina, Assemblywoman Brittany Miller, and others who have continued to shape policy and serve the people of Nevada. Even U.S. Senator Jackie Rosen was once a Junior League member. And this leadership pipeline is part of Junior League's mission, developing women who lead and serve throughout our community. Thank you again for the opportunity to share our work. As Nevada continues working to strengthen its response to human trafficking, the Junior League stands ready to support prevention efforts, connect community partners, and mobilize volunteers where we can add value. Thank you again, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Are there questions from members of the committee? I don't see any here in Las Vegas. We will go to Carson City. Any questions in Carson City? Or online? Okay, I have a kind of general question. I think I understand how Junior League developed the proposal for SCR3 and brought that to the legislature. How will the Junior League continue to be involved in these anti-human trafficking efforts going forward?
So I think we're hoping for a little bit of guidance too in that space. We want to be helpful in whichever capacity is needed. Right now, we're continuing partnerships with other organizations here in town, like St. Jude's, Biashiro, and opening another committee that'll be working directly with more of our nonprofit partners. In whatever ways we can support legislatively, we're happy to do as well.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions. So we appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
And we will invite our representatives now from NCSL. I'm guessing you are on Zoom.
Yes,
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please introduce yourself and go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jessica Guarino, Jessica Guarino, and I'm a policy associate with the National Conference of State Legislatures Civil and Criminal Justice team. I will share my presentation in just a moment. Hopefully that's appearing for you.
Yes, we can see it.
Excellent. So just a little bit of information for you all who may not be familiar with NCSL. We are a nonprofit bipartisan organization whose members are all legislators and legislative staff. Among our goals is to provide information and research about all public policy areas, state and federal. And before we get into state trends in human trafficking laws, I want to go ahead and address some federal policy trends. And when it comes to that, this year we had the Trafficking Survivors Relief Act that was signed into law. And what that is meant to do is it's meant to provide the first ever pathway for criminalized survivors of human trafficking to clear their federal records. In addition to this, the federal government has made several anti-trafficking grants available to the states and nonprofit organizations through both the Department of Justice and the Department of Human Services. These grants include grants that are used for victim services and compensation, as well as housing assistance grants, among others. In 2003, Washington became the first state to criminalize human trafficking. And since then, every state has enacted laws establishing criminal penalties for traffickers seeking to profit from forced labor or sexual servitude. The laws vary in several ways, including who is defined as a trafficker, the statutory elements required to prove guilt to obtain a conviction, and the seriousness of the criminal and financial penalties those convicted will face. State laws include a wide variety of activities under their definitions of trafficking. Differences in trafficking definitions are critical to identifying who has criminal culpability. Most commonly, trafficking activities are defined as the recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring, or receipt of persons for the purpose of exploitation. Some jurisdictions have expanded their definitions of trafficking by including activities like purchasing, benefiting, or profiting. And to obtain a trafficking conviction, state laws in most instances require prosecutors to prove traffickers compelled their victims into labor or sexual servitude. Most laws include the elements of force, fraud, and coercion, but the definitions can vary greatly from state to state. For example, in some states, the definition focuses primarily on the use of physical force, while in others, they more broadly include psychological control, financial threats, legal harassment, and drug addiction. When looking at state policy, there are numerous areas that states are actively legislating in. Trends include criminalization and penalty enhancements, safe harbor legislation, judicial protections, oversight, public awareness and prevention, funding and services for survivors, and business regulations. I will provide a national overview of these policies as well as provide some example legislation. First, looking at criminalization and penalty enhancements, state trafficking laws address many factors and circumstances that can enhance the criminal penalties for trafficking crimes. For example, laws can assign more severe or additional penalties for trafficking when the crimes are committed against vulnerable populations like children, undocumented immigrants, and people with mental illnesses, or are effectuated through aggravating circumstances like the use of violence. So, for example, Delaware raises labor and sex trafficking from a Class C, which has a 15-year maximum sentence, to a Class B, which has a 25-year maximum sentence. And similarly, Colorado raises trafficking penalties from Class 3, which is a 4 to 12-year sentence, to a Class 2 felony, which is 8 to 24-year sentence. States are particularly focused on protecting children. Only a couple decades ago, it was not unheard of that children trafficking victims were being prosecuted for offenses like prostitution, and this is still the case in some states. As of 2026, 31 states and the District of Columbia have enacted safe harbor laws intended to prevent underage victims of sex trafficking from being criminally prosecuted. Typically, these laws relate to prostitution charges. Safe harbor policies include immunity, diversion, and/or mandatory referral. So looking at a couple state examples, Kentucky, Montana, North Dakota, and Oklahoma require that a youth be a victim of trafficking crimes to receive immunity. In Kentucky, they provide immunity from prosecution for status offenses in addition to prostitution, like running away or truancy committed by trafficked youth. And North Dakota provides immunity for misdemeanor forgery, misdemeanor theft, credit offenses, and controlled substances crimes in addition to prostitution. Shared Hope International is an organization that tracks safe harbor laws very closely and has provided these maps detailing which states have non-criminalization laws and which states provide coordinated community-based service responses to youth survivors of human trafficking. And I've included these here for your reference and review. Moving on to judicial protections, state lawmakers have legislated several criminal protections and civil remedies for trafficking victims in the judicial system. Like the safe harbor laws I just mentioned, measures have provided immunity to, diversion from, and affirmative defenses against criminal prosecution for actions victims were forced to commit by their traffickers. Laws additionally create mechanisms to seal, vacate, or expunge previous criminal convictions and provide for civil standing and restitution procedures that enable survivors to recover financially from their traffickers. And so we'll get into each of these 6 judicial protections now. To prevent arrested victims from entering the justice system, state laws can provide for immunity from prosecution or diversion to rehabilitative services. Diversion options may require the admission of guilt or entering a conditional plea. North Dakota provides, as I mentioned, immunity for misdemeanor forgery, misdemeanor theft, credit offenses, and controlled substances crimes in addition to prostitution. And notably, Nebraska and Wyoming are the only states to provide immunity from prosecution for both trafficked children and adults. Most states enable trafficked victims to assert an affirmative defense to criminal charges they face because of actions they were forced to commit by their traffickers. An affirmative defense is evidence that, if found credible by the court, negates criminal liability even if it is proved the defendant committed the acts at issue. Statutes differ in the crimes for which an affirmative defense can be raised, but many cover prostitution, loitering, and solicitation. Colorado allows an affirmative defense to be asserted if a person was under duress or coerced in committing offenses that were a direct result of or incident to trafficking. Illinois enables trafficked victims to assert an affirmative defense for charges of lewdness, prostitution, and obscenity. And Maryland requires a defendant wishing to assert an affirmative defense to notify the state's attorney at least 10 days prior to trial, and that's a pretty unique requirement among those statutes. Many traffic survivors have criminal records as a result of actions they were forced to commit by their traffickers. 47 states have created procedures for survivors to expunge, vacate, or seal criminal records related to being trafficked. Many of these laws have specific provisions and processes and are limited to certain crimes. Clearing a survivor's criminal record removes barriers to obtaining housing, gaining employment, pursuing education, and restoring certain civil rights. In Florida, for example, the expungement law applies to arrests, charges, or convictions if they occurred when a person was a victim of trafficking. And notably, they do not limit the number of arrests or convictions that the expungement law can clear. In New Mexico, they enable traffic survivors' records to be sealed for non-homicide crimes if the involvement was due to duress, coercion, use of force, or fraud. When traffickers are convicted of their crimes, laws in many states require that they pay restitution to their victims. The goal of restitution in criminal cases is to financially address the harms done to a person in order to make them whole. State restitution laws in trafficking cases may contribute to payment for medical and psychological services, housing, childcare, and property costs. Alabama requires forfeited proceeds from human trafficking crimes to first satisfy restitution before it goes to any other court-ordered costs and fees. Texas requires a person convicted of compelling prostitution to pay restitution in an amount equal to the cost of the medical and psychiatric treatment for all victims under 18. And North Carolina requires restitution be paid in an amount equal to the value of the survivor's labor according to the Fair Labor Standards Act. State laws also provide guidance on the civil suits survivors can bring against their traffickers. These laws can establish in which court a survivor can file their suit, what sort of damages can be recovered, and the statute of limitations for their case to be brought to court. Forfeiture is another tool that some states use to address human trafficking, although it is subject to some controversy. These states enable justice officials to seize the property and assets of individuals and business entities convicted of committing trafficking crimes. Assets able to be seized can include profits, buildings, and vehicles. States can direct funds specifically to victims of trafficking crimes, either via special funds or restitution, to government entities incurring costs of investigation or prosecution, or to funds for general victim services. In Rhode Island, they require any person convicted of involuntary servitude or sex or labor trafficking to forfeit any profits, proceeds, or property interest acquired or maintained as a result of the criminal activity. All forfeited proceeds will be deposited in the general fund. And in Wyoming, they require the forfeiture of all buildings knowingly used to further human trafficking if the owner has knowledge of or gives consent to its use. In recent years, nearly every state, either through legislation or executive order, has created a working group, task force, advisory group, initiative, or something similar to promote and encourage cooperation and coordination amongst law enforcement, justice departments, child welfare agencies, in addition to other important stakeholders. Due to the covert nature of trafficking crimes, the public is often unaware that these crimes can occur close to home and that businesses in their neighborhood may benefit from or be used as conduits for sex and labor trafficking. State actions to raise public awareness of trafficking and mitigate its influence on commerce include disseminating information on trafficking crimes, services, and prevention efforts, and setting standards in certain industries for licensing, advertising, training, and disclosure. Many states make efforts to post human trafficking hotlines and encourage prevention training, but not all require this by statute. States also provide many different types of services, from legal to housing assistance for victims of human trafficking, differing from state to state. In addition, the methods of funding for these services also vary greatly. Some, as I mentioned, establish those special funds to address human trafficking, while others provide for targeted services in budget line items. One study did identify key areas where survivors are needing support, including case management, legal services, safety planning, food and clothing, education, housing, and quite a few others. Finally, we have states that have enacted legislation to further regulate business. In Indiana, for example, the state requires adult entertainment establishments to be licensed and performers to provide proof of their age and legal residency in the United States. In Massachusetts, the state enables fines of up to $1 million to be levied against a business that engages in trafficking of persons or forced labor. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Do we have questions here in Las Vegas? Okay, I don't see any questions here in Las Vegas. We'll go to Carson City for any questions of our presenter.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, no questions in Carson City. And it looks like none online either. I had a couple of questions actually. I think I can kind of probably consolidate them. I wanted to go specifically to your slide on the hotline, and I'm sorry, I may have just been distracted when you were explaining the different policies in different states on the use of a national hotline.
Yes, thank you for the question, Madam Chair. That map there is describing the states that statutorily either require that the National Human Trafficking Hotline be posted somewhere at various locations, and those states that just encourage it. So some do mandate it, others just suggest that you post the National Human Trafficking Hotline for survivors to contact.
And is there consistency in where they're required to be posted, or is the map showing literally it's required anywhere, somewhere in the state?
Thank you for that question, Madam Chair. I would need to take a closer look, but I can certainly get some information back to you on the specific locations that those states are looking at having. It's usually in places like airports, but it can certainly include other venues.
Okay, and that was kind of where my question was going. I've seen them in our airport. I know our airport does have them, even though we're not on that map. And I wasn't sure if there were other locations that were common to have those. You have a question? Okay. And then the other question that I wanted to ask you about was the safe harbor laws, because I can see that the map is pretty patchwork. I'm guessing that, and I'm wondering if you can just kind of help us understand. Safe harbor laws, are they consistent across states, or do we see like a lot of variation in kind of the contours of a safe harbor law and what's included and who's included? Or is there some kind of like model policy that a number of states have adopted?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. I am not aware of a model policy, and I can say from my review of the statutes that they do vary somewhat significantly in which offenses qualify for safe harbor, but pretty broadly, they address the same age ranges of youth.
Okay, thank you. Those are all of my questions, unless this has sparked any additional questions. I think that brings us to the conclusion of this presentation. Thank you again for joining us today. And we will move now to our representatives from the Nevada Resort Association.
Good morning, Chair Scheibel, Vice Chair Miller, members of the committee. My name is Virginia Valentine, and I'm the president of the Nevada Resort Association. And we are very pleased to be able to be here today to talk to you about a lot of work that we do behind the scenes that you may not be familiar with. In case you're interested, this is some of our members. We have 70 resort properties, 29 board members. Some of these brands I'm sure are familiar to you. The Nevada Resort Association is best known for our policy advocacy, but we also lead a strong social impact effort through our Corporate Social Responsibility Coalition. At the direction of the Board of Directors, we convened leaders from our members in 2018 who specialize in community engagement, philanthropy, environmental sustainability, and culture and inclusion to formally establish our CSR Coalition. Today, the coalition works collaboratively across resort industry to share priorities to make collective and lasting impact in Nevada. Through this work, the coalition has identified key focused areas and launched dedicated working groups focusing on combating human trafficking, addressing critical community needs such as food insecurity and homelessness, and expanding environmental sustainability programs and best practices. Don Christensen, Vice President of Community and Corporate Responsibility for the association, is here to give you more insight into our anti-human trafficking work group. And before I turn this over to Don, I would like to say that we have several members of our working group in the audience today. And so I don't know if they'll wave. That's not all of them. It's a very large group, but I think that does demonstrate their commitment on an individual property basis and the importance of anti-human trafficking efforts in the resort industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Virginia. Good morning, Dawn Christensen for the record. I'm proud to be here to highlight our working group. To our knowledge, there is no other community in the country where competitor resorts come together in a sustained monthly collaboration dedicated exclusively to addressing human trafficking. We're also, or as Virginia said, we're fortunate to have many of our members here today. Now in its 8th year, our working group continues to produce action-oriented initiatives, and the group includes approximately 40 representatives from nearly 20 member companies with participation from Northern Nevada as well. Our valued industry partners, Tao Hospitality Group and the Harry Reid International Airport also are part of the group. Members span multiple departments within their organization with representatives from leaders in security and surveillance, legal and compliance, and many other departments, as you can see on the screen. The group meets monthly to collaborate with one another, with law enforcement, nonprofit partners, and individuals with lived experience to provide additional education, enhance awareness, and drive prevention across the resort industry and throughout the broader community. Most meetings begin with a guest speaker who helps deepen our understanding of the issue, highlights emerging trends or tactics, shares best practices, or brings greater awareness of the community resources available to assist. This forum has helped expand relationships with law enforcement and community partners and enhance the industry's policies, protocols, and procedures. As you can see, we've welcomed local and national experts from law enforcement, nonprofit organizations, along with individuals with lived experience and other subject matter experts who bring valuable perspective to our work. For the past 3 years, the group has led the planning and execution of the association's Human Trafficking Education and Awareness Summit for the resort industry. This complimentary event features in-depth presentations from leading experts, elevates awareness of emerging issues, and brings industry colleagues together to engage on shared priorities. The summit has been extremely well received, with strong survey feedback and growing participation, including attendees traveling from Northern Nevada to take part. And planning is already underway for our 2026 summit. Here's a snapshot of some of the experts who have presented at our summits. Each year we strive to bring new and engaging content. Every January, our working group comes together as an industry to raise awareness in recognition of National Human Trafficking Prevention Month and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security's Wear Blue Day on January 11th. Here are just a few examples of the industry's external awareness efforts. They've turned iconic landmarks blue, posted marquee messages, and social media posts on January 11th to help raise awareness. Properties also encourage employees to wear blue, and some distribute blue ribbons to employees to wear in support of the initiative. In addition, members have dedicated internal communications efforts and town halls and trainings throughout January, reinforcing their trafficking policies and procedures and reminding team members of the warning signs to watch for. For the past 6 years, our working group has co-hosted a free statewide human trafficking awareness webinar for the resort industry during January. Participation, again, has been consistently strong, even reaching resort members at resort workers at member properties in other states. You can see from the past invitations that we've partnered with Truckers Against Trafficking, which is a well-respected national nonprofit, and the Southern Nevada Human Trafficking Task Force to host these events. We've invited a wide spectrum of experts to present over the years. Each year, the webinar is focused on a different topic to ensure continued learning and engagement. This year, the topic was labor trafficking. Beyond these educational efforts, the group has also worked on other important projects. We worked closely with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department to elevate the priority of response calls from resort properties where there is a potential victim seeking assistance in leaving a possible trafficking situation. This has helped to reduce response times, allowing a possible victim to receive assistance sooner. Members also collaborate with one another and with law enforcement during major citywide special events to share timely information about traffickers and missing victims as appropriate. In 2024, members provided significant financial support for trafficking awareness efforts around Super Bowl 58, including the It's a Penalty campaign, which helped launch the I'm Not a Souvenir initiative that still remains in use today. Several years ago, in partnership with Signs of Hope's RISE program and Metro's VICE unit, our working group helped to develop industry best practices for trauma-informed, victim-centered responses to potential victims. That collaboration further strengthened the industry's participation with the RISE program. And to share more about that work, I'd like to turn it over to Caspian Mathis, the Outreach Director for RISE.
Thank you all. Good morning. My name is Cassie Matthews. I am the Outreach Director for the RISE Anti-Human Trafficking Program under the larger organization of Signs of Hope. So here in just a little while, you will also hear from our CEO to give a broader overview about our organization, our program, and resources and supports. But as it pertains to kind of our 4 focused areas of support that our RISE program does in support of hotel and hospitality, these are kind of the primary ones that we do. You've already heard a lot from the NRA already. We provide and operate a 24/7 hotline here in the community. It is a local advocate hotline that is available for in-person crisis response services to our trained professionals. Those include all of our law enforcement partners, medical providers, victim service providers, and our hotel and hospitality partners as well. This in-person crisis response, many a times we are potentially responding with our law enforcement partners once the industry, security personnel, whoever is identified on property who is in need of that support. So our advocates run in tandem with our LVMPD VICE unit. The other really great thing that we're able to offer is we are able to respond independently of law enforcement should an adult survivor be identified and may not need to consult with law enforcement. Maybe there is not necessarily a need for it at that time, but they are still in need of resources and supports. Our advocates are then able to respond in real time to that individual to really address anything that may need to be done in that moment, and then hopefully connect them later on to further supports and resources like intensive comprehensive case management. In addition, we also operate, again, our 24/7 hotline. We can do a lot of that coordination over the phone. So there have definitely been instances where a hotel resort property may contact us saying that there is an identified individual who's in need of assistance, and we're able to help walk them through with those best practices, recommendations, considerations, and resources to allow that survivor to be able to be removed and exit safely off property, and then look to see what next coordination is available for them. The other way that we are able to utilize our kind of expertise in this space is we provide monthly, seasonal, annual trauma-informed trainings with expertise sharing, inclusive of survivor lived experience experts' feedback. Our training has been created by the Southern Nevada Human Trafficking Task Force within our multiple community partners, many of them who are here today, who created this training so that we all are sharing accurate information and the same messaging, allowing this training to be something that is utilized as a tool for many of our trained partners. In 2025, we were able to train and provide at least, or at minimum, 80+ trainings to all industry personnel, whether that was to corporate entities, operations, security, regulatory, HR and compliance, workforce, and front and back of the house positions, ensuring that all persons have the equipped tools and resources to be able to engage with somebody, identify and streamline processes further. In addition, we've also been able to provide technical assistance and have been invited at the table and included in these conversations, just like Dawn had mentioned. Our partnership has been going on for years prior to even since I have been here for the last 4 years. So this is something that we have continued to curate and really grow amongst the industry and our nonprofit organizations here in the community. We've provided all of our resource materials, that there are resource cards that are available in guest lounges, security booths, discrete items that are listed. So if individuals are not safe to take a number, take a card, they have other items that are permitted and available that the hospitality entity are providing to individuals and making sure that they are always accessible and that they have language access in addition. We've also partnered in creating signage on specific properties, being able to help with verbiage, languages, making sure that imagery is appropriate so that individuals may better be able to self-identify. And lastly, we're helping to increase identification with their already prioritization of survivor safety, dignity, and confidentiality. So as we come to a close for my portion, I'd like to just share a couple of, and kind of showcase a couple of our partnership scenarios. Not only do we provide supports to the community in whatever ways that we can, the industry provides supports to us as well. The properties have generously fulfilled donation needs whenever we have needed hygiene kits and items, in addition to other basic needs that we have requested or needed funding for, to be able to provide these resources and supports to survivors. They've also provided additional contribution to our program so that our program can run and services to survivors maintain. One of our scenarios was where a hotel and resort personnel contacted our RISE hotline actually whenever I was on call. They contacted our hotline and advised that they had an adult who had been engaging with security and did not have access to a phone. It had been taken, and the security personnel allowed them to be able to utilize a phone in a confidential and safe area to have a private conversation with us. Coordinating resources like emergency transportation, safely off property, as well as emergency shelter relocation, or shelter for the evening, as well as so that we could then work to then further their relocation out of Las Vegas since they were not from our community. That was a personnel who had undergone our training and understood best practices and their internal properties, protocols, and procedures, and were able to assist that individual by helping them to navigate the property, which they were unfamiliar with, ensuring that they made it safely to the rideshare area to connect with the arranged Lyft transportation in order for them to be able to get to somewhere safe. That was just one scenario. We've had other scenarios where individuals were provided with just basic items before law enforcement and our advocate teams responded out and arrived on scene, such as water, food, basic weather appropriate items such as a robe and a blanket, comfort items while that individual was awaiting additional response. These things were already items that the property had available and took the initiative to provide in advance. In addition, they also provide a hotline contact our hotline to provide report tips, share information regarding minors and adults engaged with on property to determine next steps, best practices, and recommended approaches and resources. This is a continuous and growth effort that we have really kind of strengthened within our partnership, and I'll turn it back over to Dawn.
Thank you, Dawn Christensen again. I'd like to close with a few final thoughts. Today, we've highlighted the projects and efforts of the association's working group, but please note that our group's activities are in addition to the comprehensive day-to-day efforts each of our members undertakes at their own properties to combat human trafficking. There's a tremendous amount of meaningful work happening across Nevada's resorts to foster a culture of awareness, vigilance, and prevention. Members work hand in hand with law enforcement every day. They have strong policies, protocols, and reporting procedures in place to identify and address suspected trafficking. They provide in-depth specialized training for employees and reinforce that training through ongoing back-of-house awareness campaigns to ensure that the message remains front and center. Hotline information is posted in discrete locations, such as restrooms, to assist those seeking help when they're ready. And in addition, our members work closely with and provide substantial financial and volunteer support to a number of nonprofits dedicated to assisting victims and survivors. All of this is sustained intentional work, and it reflects our industry's shared commitment to being part of the solution. So in closing, we hope that we've provided a deeper insight into some of the industry's work and we appreciate the opportunity to be here. Happy to answer any questions we can.
Thank you so much. We will start with questions here in Las Vegas. Vice Chair Miller, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. If you could just, because it is so important to us, and we know that the industry does do as much as possible proactively to try to prevent as much as they can, but we also know that we've heard testimony sometimes where there are staff and employees that are, I won't even say as deeply participating, but are aware of situations happening. And so could you just explain a little more in detail what some of those activities are, maybe the policies, standards, the training, but what the efforts are within the industry, and then what the response is once it is made aware that there are employees who have been aware of such activities?
Virginia Valentine, thank you for the question. You know what, in the course of actually preparing for another presentation, we did have a lengthy conversation with the security chiefs about the training that goes on for say something, see something. And our employees are all trained to, when they see something, to report it. That kind of a report would go to a supervisor or to a hotel security, who would then make a determination on something that rises to the level of having possibly Metro involved. So we got consistent answers across the industry. An employee who, of course, did not comply with those protocols could be subject to discipline. But the training is, and the requirements of them are, and the expectation is, if you see something, say something. And that should get bumped up to someone who can make a decision and involve law enforcement where appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Senator Wynn.
Thank you, and thank you again for that presentation. I appreciate all the work that you all have done collectively and collaboratively, not only amongst within the industry, but also with community nonprofit partners and advocates also in that space. And this kind of goes to that. What have you learned, and what kind of data have you collected to show the real impact? Like, have you seen like an increase or a decrease in I guess I don't know how you would quantify prevention, but have you seen a decrease in the stats that you're collecting because of the work that you've been doing collectively? Or do you have any ideas of programs that over the course of nearly a decade have really led to change, and those that you've learned from and things you've moved away from?
Virginia Valentine again. Thank you, Senator Wynn. We don't have data. So there may be at some point, if there is an arrest, then I think that data would probably be held by some law enforcement agency. I can say that the thing that, at least anecdotally, I've noticed the most, that there is, I don't think anybody who isn't aware now that there is human trafficking going on, and that it is a priority for us. And I think that just how really heinous a crime it is, I think we have a lot of awareness of that. Data specific, I think, for us at least, would be difficult, since not every resort property, at least, is a member, and not all trafficking that happens in a resort. In fact, there's all kinds of different forms of trafficking, I'm sure, as you know. So I'm sorry to say we don't have data like that, and I'm not sure what it would take to get that data. But if it does rise to a level of arrest, I think that's data that Metro might have.
Thank you. I was just curious. I know that you put a lot of work into this, and I know that you probably see those kind of results. I'm just curious if there is any information that you might be able to provide about programs and informational, like programming that you have within your working groups, if it's something that would be helpful for us to, consider legislatively. I know we've taken a lot of input from that in the past, including, looks like we have an entire female committee here. And so I know we've passed a lot of legislation within that like area. So any information that you have about programmings that you think would help guide a better policy in our state, I think would be appreciated. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Senator Nguyen. Virginia Valentine again for the record. I'm going to toss this to Don, but I think that'd be something we'd be happy to talk about within the work group and get back to you on. So you would give Don an opportunity here to see if she's got a better answer than I do.
Dawn Christensen, thank you for the question. I think what we've seen in the working group since it's been going for 8 years now is this is a continually evolving issue, right? And that's why our meetings have been really impactful to have so many community organizations, especially RISE is one of our big partners. But there's a lot of folks in this room that we've heard from, who presented, who give us information and continue to shape and evolve the practices. And I talked about the best practices that we that we worked on with RISE, and that was really RISE and the Vice Department of Metro telling us, here's some standards, here's some things that you should be looking at to make sure, you're always providing a victim-centered, trauma-informed approach. That's, I think we're just continually hearing from experts in the field and enhancing what we're doing. I'll see the members also talk with each other and learn from each other on what the best practices are, things that are going well, things that can be improved, but we're always happy to be part of the discussion with you all.
All right, thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions here in Las Vegas or elsewhere, unless I missed anybody outside of Las Vegas. Okay, thank you so much for your presentation and for your collaboration on this important issue. We will move now to our representatives from the Nevada Policy Council on Human Trafficking.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. Apologies, I was trying to find the presentation. My name is Lauren Boytel, Lauren Boitel, and I'm the co-founder of the Nevada Policy Council on Human Trafficking. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on Nevada's human trafficking policy landscape and to share the Council's strategic priorities moving forward. Nevada has made meaningful progress since establishing our human trafficking statute in 2013. Over the past decade, legislators, law enforcement, survivor leaders, service providers, and community organizations have worked together to strengthen protections for victims, expand survivor services, and improve coordination across our systems. However, the data shows that trafficking, particularly the commercial sexual exploitation of minors, continues to be a significant challenge in our state. National research shows that Nevada has enacted 13 of 25 key anti-trafficking policies tracked nationwide, meaning we have made important progress, but still have opportunities to strengthen our framework. Federal prosecution data shows 30 trafficking cases in Nevada involving 43 defendants and 54 victims, and notably every federal case involved minor sex trafficking. In 2024 alone, the National Human Trafficking Hotline received 236 reports involving 539 potential victims in Nevada, placing our state among the highest per capita reporting rates in the country. These numbers reinforce what stakeholders, service providers, and law enforcement see on the ground every day. Trafficking remains a serious issue that requires coordinated policy solutions. The Nevada Policy Council recently completed a strategic planning process to identify the most significant gaps in our current system. Today, I will briefly outline 5 policy priorities that we believe can strengthen Nevada's response while continuing the progress the legislature has made over the past decade. Our goal is simple: to ensure Nevada has a system that protects victims, supports survivors, and allows our agencies to respond effectively. So just getting into the presentation, I shared a little bit about our background and our mission, basically to continue to strengthen human trafficking policies in the state. We are a diverse coalition made up of law enforcement, always partially survivor-led, service providers, the private sector, state agencies, and state advocates. Since being founded in 2020, right ahead of the 21 session, we are proud to have supported 12 bills and resolutions that have strengthened our policy in the state and opposed several more that we think would have weakened or caused harm or been ineffective. So again, Nevada has made progress, but gaps remain. Some of the data I shared in my opening. But since our trafficking statute was established in 2013, we do have safe harbor protections, and we have strengthened those in the state. We have expanded survivor services. We have increased collaboration across law enforcement agencies and nonprofits, and the Policy Council coordinates across sectors. But the data shows that we have ongoing challenges, as mentioned. So the Nevada Policy Council did our strategic planning for the year, and through that process, with input from survivor leaders, service providers, law enforcement, state agency reps, and state advocates, we have developed 5 policy priorities for our policy agenda for the 2027 legislative session. The first is to stabilization for exploited youth and to fully fund and operationalize the receiving centers. The second is better statewide data. We've heard a lot about that today and for years. So creating a statewide human trafficking data system. The third is addressing our exploitation markets and improve tools for law enforcement. The fourth is to sustainable survivor services and funding the Human Trafficking Victims Fund. And finally, our 5th priority is access to justice for survivors and extending the statute of limitations. I will go a little bit more into each one of these in detail. So our first and most important priority is to fully fund and operationalize the receiving centers. So the problem currently is that Nevada lacks safe placement options for trafficked youth. Current outcomes often include juvenile detention, returning to unsafe environments, and limited stabilization services. And so the solution we see is to fund the receiving centers that were set up in 2021. And this would provide short-term stabilization, providing safety, medical and trauma assessments, and connections to services. The outcome here would be keeping exploited youth out of detention and creating a true continuum of care, and hopefully helping our most vulnerable women and children, largely children here, stop falling through the cracks. Our second policy priority is around data. Data drives effective policy. We've heard many questions about it today. So creating a statewide human trafficking data system has been part of our policy agenda for a few years now. The current problem is that we lack a centralized data system. Data is being collected, but it is fragmented across agencies, and there's limited ability to track cases, victims, and outcomes. And so our policy solution here is to create a statewide human trafficking management information system that would have several key components: required reporting across agencies, standardized data collection, real-time case tracking, and funding for system implementation. So not just setting it up, but actually implementing the data system. The model that we are looking at here is the Lighthouse data system that has been really successful in other states. Our third policy priority is addressing the market that enables trafficking. Human trafficking operates within a commercial marketplace. So possible policy options to explore here. We heard a lot about the standard definitions of force, fraud, and coercion. That's pretty standard across jurisdictions and states. What we'd like to do is examine the language around those, the actions described, and the verbs around how force, fraud, and coercion take place. Examine federal models even that address buyers involved in trafficking, target repeat offenders involved in the exploitation, and expand investigative tools for law enforcement. The goal would be to improve our ability to disrupt trafficking networks and protect victims. Our fourth policy priority is to establish sustainable funding for the Human Trafficking Victims Fund. The Human Trafficking Victims Fund, the current challenge is that the funding is inconsistent. We have had to advocate for funding each session, and survivors services rely heavily on this funding. Victims need sustainable funding for long-term care. Service providers need reliable funding to provide that access to services. And so what we're looking at as a policy option would be to create permanent funding mechanism for the Victims Fund, and barring that, at least allocate a dedicated funding for the 2027 budget. Without stable funding, we would see housing shortages for survivors, long wait lists for services, and program instability. Our fifth policy priority, fifth and final, is to align our statute of limitations with sexual assault. The current gap is that our statute of limitations for trafficking doesn't reflect the reality of survivor recovery timelines. Our current statute of limitations is 6 years. It takes much longer than that for many victims to even understand the reality of their experience and what they've gone through, let alone be able to confront their traffickers. So the policy recommendation would be to align the trafficking statute of limitations with the sexual assault limitation and raise that to 20 years. And the reasons are very similar to the sexual assault reasoning, with the addition that the recognition takes time. Trafficking trauma often delays disclosure. Survivors require years before coming forward, and this aligns trafficking with other serious crimes involving sexual violence. So as I mentioned, Nevada has built a strong foundation, but we are really asking for these 5 priorities to be considered: stabilizing exploited youth, improving our statewide data, strengthening system accountability, ensuring survivor services, and expanding access to justice. These 5 priorities outlined are designed to strengthen our system and ensure that it works effectively as possible for victims, survivors, and response agencies. We look forward to working with the legislature to advance these solutions, and I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Do we have questions here in Las Vegas? Okay, I'm not seeing any in Las Vegas, or, okay, we do have some questions in Carson City. We'll go to Carson City, please.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for being here and for your presentation. It's good to see you. I had a question in regards to your policy agenda, kind of your priorities on number 2, the better statewide data, to create a statewide human trafficking data system. I know that in, was it 2023, SB, was it 2, I think our chair was one of the sponsors, SB 389 had to do with creating, let's see, submission of a comprehensive biennial report concerning human trafficking in the state. And so I was just curious, and I looked through the presentation from one of the other presenters on the Council of Legislatures to see what other states were doing, and I wasn't seeing a database in any of those states. So it's a 2-part question. Are you familiar with any states that are doing a database that we could learn from, or how much it costs? And then what is kind of the status and the help that you're getting from 2023 with SB 389 on that biennial report? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Lauren Boytel again. Yes, we were actually named in that bill and supposed to help recommend policy recommendations. So I think it just goes back to the problem that data collection has been fragmented so far. There are efforts happening. The task force does a great job of collecting data with law enforcement and service providers. The university has been a leader in data collection for years through the WinCord and collecting data, but it's very ad hoc. And so I think bills such as studies and collections and recommendations are great. We need to fund the implementation. And so, yes, there are there are good models in other states, specifically Florida. In 2023, they passed SB 7064, and I'm happy to follow up and provide information on this. It is the statewide data repository for anonymous human trafficking data, and we have bill language for how that's set up with key components on mandatory data collection, clear agency guidelines, the diversity of the data, making it anonymous but not aggregate, making sure that things are not being counted twice, but protecting privacies, and then including the most important, a fiscal note. So we do have those examples.
Chair, just a quick follow-up. So if I could, if you would forward that on to maybe all of us members on the committee of the Florida legislation that they have. And thank you. I appreciate the information.
All right. Unless there are other questions, I have a quick question. You had mentioned that the council's still working on propping up the receiving centers. And I was hoping that you could give us a little bit more of an in-depth update on what that progress looks like.
Yeah, so we've, thank you for the question. Apologies, Lauren Boytel again. We have been focusing on the policy needs. So I know there's a lot of work being done in the state, and I know you heard in January from the task force and folks working on the regulations needed for the language that was passed in 21. There still needs to be a lot of regulations to make it an effective entity. And so that work's being done currently. What we're focusing on is the policy piece that would need to happen, which is the funding. So there would need to be funding from the state to, once the regulations are finalized, which should be in the next few months, I'm hoping. And they are looking at other national examples that are working well and have evidence-based models. So once that's finalized, we would look at the funding piece to be set up as a policy and statute with some sort of contribution from the state, not just to set up the receiving centers, but also to fund the placement and the care provided within the receiving centers, specifically for victims who have parents and guardians who are able and willing to sign their kids over to needing that care.
And those other successful models, how are they funded?
I believe the most successful model that's being looked at and where tours have been done is in Georgia, and they are funded through the state. I'm sure it's a mix of funding. Probably, I'll have to follow up and get back to you on that, but I think there is a mix of public and private funds.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I think that brings us to the conclusion of this presentation. And we can move now to our representatives from the Nevada chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Leanne McAllister. I go by the nickname Lee, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Nevada chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. I represent approximately 290 pediatricians practicing across Nevada. We are incorporated in this state and partner with the American Academy of Pediatrics, an international organization dedicated to the health of all children that sets evidence-based standards for pediatric healthcare and child protection. Included in my materials today is a copy of the July 2025 AAP policy statement, Human Trafficking and Exploitation of Children and Adolescents. The American Academy of Pediatrics approaches child trafficking and exploitation as a serious public health issue, not solely a criminal justice issue. Today, I want to focus on healthcare infrastructure intersects with investigations and how gaps in that system can unintentionally undermine outcomes for trafficked children. Building on the American Academy of Pediatrics public health framework, it's important to understand why healthcare systems matter so much in these cases. The AAP policy makes clear that children and adolescents who are trafficked or exploited frequently interact with healthcare systems during their exploitation. They appear in emergency departments, urgent care centers, and primary care offices, often multiple times. Gesundheit. These encounters are not peripheral. They are critical intervention points where identification, documentation, and appropriate response can directly affect whether a child is protected and whether an investigation can move forward. In Nevada, much of what informs our AAP chapter's understanding of how this plays out in practice comes from informal, multidisciplinary child abuse discussion groups that connect pediatricians with law enforcement officers and prosecutors who work these cases. Across those conversations, a consistent message has emerged. The concern is not whether reports are made. Our understanding is that mandatory reporting is occurring. The concern is what happens after the report. Repeatedly, prosecutors describe delays or lack of response to requests for medical records, clinical clarification, or clinical engagement that are necessary to substantiate charges. These breakdowns slow investigation, weaken prosecutions, and limit our collective ability to protect trafficked children. The AAP policy is very clear on this point, and I want to emphasize it today. This is not a story of bad actors. Effective responses to trafficking require training, standardized protocols, and formal multidisciplinary collaboration. Without that infrastructure, even highly committed healthcare professionals may disengage after making the report. That disengagement is usually driven by uncertainty about legal authority, scope of practice, documentation standards, time constraints, and the lack of compensation for specialized forensic and court-related work. These are system design problems, not failures of professionalism or concern. Since 1996, the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, commonly known as HIPAA, has been and remains the federal law that protects patient health information and governs when, how, and with whom that information may be shared. Importantly, HIPAA does allow disclosure of protected health information to law enforcement in specific circumstances, including mandatory reporting, subpoenas, and court orders. The challenge in child trafficking cases is not that HIPAA prohibits information sharing. The challenge is uncertainty about authority, process, timing, and expectations, particularly once cases move beyond the initial report. That uncertainty can result in delayed responses, incomplete records, or hesitation to engage further with investigators and prosecutors. When that happens, critical medical evidence may not be available when it is needed. From a public health and systems perspective, this is not a failure of intent. It reflects the absence of clear, standardized guidance that supports healthcare professionals while preserving patient privacy and safety. Other states have responded to these challenges by building structure, rather than relying on informal relationship or individual goodwill. Kansas offers one useful example. The Kansas Care Program establishes a statewide network of trained medical professionals who agree in advance to evaluate suspected abuse cases, consult with experts, and engage with investigators when cases progress. A critical feature of Kansas Care is that it compensates hospitals and clinicians for forensic evaluations and court participation. This removes a significant financial barrier and creates predictable access to qualified medical expertise without turning clinicians into enforcement agents. Grounded in American Academy of Pediatrics policy and clinical evidence, Nevada has an opportunity to strengthen its response by clarifying expectations and authority for medical participation, supporting structured and compensated provider networks, aligning guidance with existing HIPAA allowances, and investing in standardized training and collaboration. As you consider these options, one principle is essential: capacity must precede mandates. Expectations placed on healthcare providers must be matched with training, compensation, and institutional support, particularly in rural and underserved areas. Nevada's children deserve a system that works. The Nevada chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics stands ready to partner with you, with law enforcement, and with healthcare systems across the state to help build it. Thank you for your time and your commitment to Nevada's most vulnerable children. I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, any questions here in Las Vegas? All right, questions from our friends afar? I don't see any in Carson City or online. Thank you so much for being here to present to us and for all of your work in this area.
Thank you, Chair.
And with that, we'll move on to our next presentation. Actually, we're going to move on to our next group of presentations. I think we're still on track for 12:30 lunchtime. But let's get started with St. Jude's Ranch.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. My name is Christina Vela, and I have the privilege of being the CEO of St. Jude's Ranch for Children for over 8 years. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today and for your ongoing commitment to protecting Nevada's children and young people. Your willingness to examine the realities of child sex trafficking and to consider solutions that promote safety, healing, and long-term recovery demonstrates a deep appreciation to justice and the future of our state. I'm grateful for your interest in this issue and the time you're devoting to understanding what survivors need, not only to escape exploitation, but to reclaim their lives. On behalf of St. Jude's Ranch for Children and the youth we serve, thank you for your leadership and your continued partnership on combating child sex trafficking. Today, I'm honored to share the vision and progress of the Healing Center, a trauma-responsive, extraordinary place of healing for hope and healing for for children most in need. Our goal is simple yet profound: to provide a safe place where young people can feel supported, seen, and safe, and where healing is possible. My presentation has 4 sections. 1, a quick overview of the work we do at St. Jude's Ranch for Children. Number 2, I'd like to highlight a few areas around addressing child sex trafficking in Southern Nevada. 3, a quick walkthrough of the Healing Center. And 4, some considerations for improving our system.
So since 1966, St. Jude's Ranch for Children has been on a mission to increase pathways to hope and healing for children and young people that come from hard places. Our service array is broad, and we provide treatment level foster care services for children ages 0 to 18 with the residential campus in Boulder City. We also provide a full array of specialty programs there in our foster care program to include pregnant and parenting teens and other programs like sibling reunification. We also provide homeless youth services to transition age youth ages 18 to 24, all throughout the Las Vegas Valley, including a drop-in youth center, and then our specialty program around combating child sex trafficking, all in a foundation of support services that includes clinical services, educational support, job training, discharge services, and post-secondary scholarship. By the numbers, last fiscal year, we served 678 unduplicated children and young people across all of those programs. They live with us, so we feed them, over 30 or close to 35,000 meals in a year. We're very proud of all of the volunteer hours and our community support that help us be able to provide such significant care to children. We, in our homeless transition age youth services program, we serve 369 in our in all across the Las Vegas Valley, and so many of those young adults between the ages of 18 and 24 have children under the age of 5, and so we are grateful for the opportunity to prevent oftentimes, families coming to the attention of Child Protective Services and really avoiding foster care services as needed. We also have the only sibling reunification program in the state of Nevada that brings siblings that are separated due to foster care together for high quality programming on a monthly basis. A lot of our area of focus is around the intersectionality of, we know that there are many systems that are supporting children and families. We know there are children that are experiencing adverse childhood experiences and things like foster care or lack of healthy connections. Then we know we have some young people that are part of the juvenile justice system and that have an overlap to the foster care system and have involvement with police and detention. Then we have in the yellow young people experiencing youth homelessness, and because of that lack of healthy connections, we see an increase in vulnerability. All of these systems, oftentimes left untreated for the one young person in the middle, can lead directly to sex trafficking as an outcome. When they are running away from homes, they are running to things, they feel unloved, unseen, we see the rise of child sex trafficking. And so our work is really around focusing on that intersectionality and all of the systems that contribute to ways in which then children have increased vulnerability and then, the kinds of activities that lead them to harm's way. So when we were focusing on child sex trafficking, we identified a simple problem statement that is a very profound and complex issue, that child sex trafficking survivors or transition age youth survivors often carry invisible wounds, feeling voiceless, unsafe, and defined by what has happened to them. A solution statement that we provide at St. Jude's Ranch for Children is constantly striving to provide safe, specialized trauma-informed care where children and transition age youth can heal, reclaim their identity, and rebuild their futures with hope and dignity. So thank you again for each of you for caring about each and every young person in our community. The creation of the Healing Center was a response built on, at that time, over 56-year history of providing care to children with complex trauma, of being part of so many different groups and working groups and gaps analysis that said that we really do need more specialty housing for children. We are grateful for the many partnerships that helped us develop the Healing Center, including the state of Nevada, Clark County, corporate sponsors, family foundations, really so many individuals feeling called to be part of the solution as opposed to consistently identifying the services that we don't have in our community. And we're proud to be in alignment with the state of Nevada Division of Child and Family Services Model Coordinated Response that was put together by the coalition, the CSEC coalition, several years ago. So the Healing Center has several program highlights. One is a Victim Welcome Center, which is a private entrance into the emergency shelter portion of the program. We have a youth empowerment and leadership model. We have an on-site school in partnership with Clark County School District, which has really been an incredible partnership. We have 6 homes total with a total occupancy of 62 children at double occupancy. We have high quality mental health services. We utilize harm reduction strategies and are trauma informed. We use arts, gardens, yoga, and other gathering sites to encourage healing. And we're very grateful to have an MOU with UNR, School of Social Work, on program evaluation and program development. So here was the sort of overview of the picture of the campus. We are open. Our grand opening was in October of 2024. Our first home became licensed by Clark County Department of Family Services in January of 2025, and to date we've had 28 placements. We've received children as part of the Big Search, which were victims identified around the Super Bowl and other big sporting events and things like that. One of them was a 15-year-old who was 7 months pregnant and had 0 prenatal care before she came to us. She lived at the Healing Center for several months and then transitioned to our pregnant parenting teen home where she could get the specialty care that she needed. Her baby was born healthy, and we just really incredible to see such amazing progress. We've had lots of successes and certainly lots of challenges. I'm not here to tell you that this work has been easy. We've had challenges in funding cuts or not receiving the funding for program operations. To date, we have 2 of our 6 homes are open. So we have a lot of room for improvement. We are currently working with Safe House Project for certification. St. Jude's Ranch for Children is a nationally accredited organization through the Council on Accreditation, but Safe House Project really focuses on anti-trafficking practice and policy, and so we're grateful for that opportunity. We're also working in partnership with West Coast Children's Clinic to bring high quality training to our staff. And of course, I mentioned we have that MOU with UNR School of Social Work to continue to assist us. As you can imagine, there are some evidence-based programming out there, some promising practice, but there's nothing comprehensive in a way to provide residential services. And so we are pulling from multiple models to help create a robust, holistic approach. So I want to quickly walk you through as if you were coming on a tour. So here in the center of our campus, we have a gold heart, and people leave messages of locks of love. A small message of hope, like "I believe in you," can go a long way if you're having a bad day, not just for the children, but for every adult that works there, because at times the work can be tough. This is the view from our courtyard. So we have lots of benches, very proud of an Eagle Scout project that created those beautiful benches with positive messages when young people can come and sit with their therapist or having a good day or having a tough day to be able to sit outside and really enjoy the nature of the campus. The building in the background is one of the homes. This is the front of our on-site school in partnership with Clark County School District. So it's really a beautiful place with a lot of natural light. This is inside our trauma-informed school. We have a restorative circle and lots of place for young people to sort of take it feels a bit more like a college campus than a traditional comprehensive high school. That's the front of the school, and Clark County School District accepted a recommendation to name the school the Amy Ayoub Academy of Hope, and that is the school's official name. We will have a dedication sometime this year, but we're grateful for Amy Ayoub's leadership and her courage to support so many young people that are victims, much like she was in her childhood or in her younger years. We have a community walking path. We really believe that nurturing in nature is part of the healing process. This is inside a living room, so it is a home environment. It is not meant to feel institutional or anything like that. Lots of seating areas and places for convening. This is the inside of our administration building, of course, another space that welcomes everyone. We even, nurturing in nature, that's a superimposed picture of our desert tortoise, but we have Rosie, who brings all of us great joy, including the young people who can nurture her. She just came out of hibernation, and so yesterday the kids were pretty excited to be out there spending some time with her. We have walking trails around the campus. Again, there's a lot of tough days for these young people. They have a lot of emotions, a lot of challenges. And so sometimes just getting out and taking a deep breath, going for a quick walk can provide a lot of support for them. We have a labyrinth, community garden. We work in partnership with Green Our Planet so that our young people can tend to the garden and really, enjoy the fruits of that labor. So I'll leave you in closing with some considerations for how we might go about, and I appreciate the comments from so many of my colleagues that have come before me and will after. Certainly a robust continuum of care is needed, and while the Healing Center is one of many services, we know that more housing options are needed. In order to do that, we need to continue, in my opinion, to have sort of a shared paradigm around the care for children specifically. There's a lot of conversations around locked facilities versus non-locked, and that paradigm is critical, I believe, especially around the receiving center conversation. I'm not here to point one way or the other, but those conversations are critical to having a robust continuum of care that addresses all of the needs of children, which is different. Some might need more restrictive and some need less restrictive settings. Additionally, really around reimbursements, our current rate under the contract is higher than the traditional treatment level foster care rate, but it's with specialty funding from Clark County. It's not a standardized rate that we can, that we have assurances will continue year after year. A daily rate means that the burden is on the nonprofit, because if a bed goes empty, a child leaves, we still have to have staffing and pay for all the things that keep that organization going. And so considering a daily rate versus a flat rate might really be an important consideration, because I have to have the same staffing and the quality of care, whether there's somebody living in that bedroom or not. And when there is no child there currently, I don't have a billing mechanism. And so the burden gets placed on us as nonprofits. I certainly believe there is a public-private partnership, and we do a ton of fundraising to help augment that. But I think that's a big part of the conversation for the future. And also one thing I didn't include in here around the rates is a lot of children that come to the attention of law enforcement, LVMPD, for example, the children are still in the custody of their parents. And so a parental placement there's no subsidy available for a parental placement, which means that we at St. Jude's Ranch for Children are only serving system-involved children. But what about all the children that have families that are actively trying to help protect their children but don't have the funding available, and maybe their insurances may or may not cover a residential care, but those families are then left to have even less options. And so I think that's of critical importance. Number two, really around mental health services, we have significant challenges recruiting experienced clinicians. Our Medicaid rate is far under market for seasoned, experienced clinicians. And payment is per service, which makes it very challenging to hire instead of contract. So again, if we only have per billable unit, that means that a therapist can do individual therapy or group therapy, but then who pays for, or how do we fund when a child is in crisis and might be outside of their designated service session, if you will. And I will reinforce what others have talked about, the need for data. Certainly there is a lot of data pointing to, in Nevada, we have an upward trend of child sex trafficking cases. However, when we look at the data, it's really the tip of the iceberg. And without a data system that speaks to multiple systems, I fear there are many more children in need than what we are currently aware of. So with that, thank you so very much for the opportunity. I certainly believe that the state of Nevada will never be any better than the state of its children. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. I have a few, but I'm going to go to my colleagues first. If there's anybody in Las Vegas. All right, any of our friends afar with questions? I'm not seeing anybody trying to get my attention. So, okay, my first question, and I, excuse my ignorance, but I'm familiar with a National St. Jude's organization. Are you affiliated with them?
No, great question. Thank you, Christina Vela, for the record. We are not connected to St. Jude, the research hospital, in any way. We've always been an independent agency. What we share in common is that patron saint of St. Jude. We were originally a faith-based organization, but for the last 30 years, we are not faith-based and we are not connected to the national organization in any way.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Welcome.
Because that kind of helps me understand the funding mechanism.
Sure.
And I know that you guys actually, I'm familiar with your fundraising programs because they're so successful. You guys are great at fundraising. And it sounds like from this presentation, you also receive some state money through Medicaid. And was I also understanding correctly that private insurance covers some of the services? Or if all of the children there are system involved, would that not? Do you not accept private insurance? Help me understand.
Great question. Thank you so much. Christina Vela, for the record. We do not take parental placements at this time, meaning we're not able to just talk with a family, bring their child in that's not system involved. We could have the potential or the capacity to bill insurances if, like a private insurance, if they were open to covering the daily rate for residential care, but that is not a realm we've spent a lot of time in yet. So that's on one hand. We receive all of our placements that are system involved through Clark County Department of Family Services and also Juvenile Justice Services. So we have contracts that directly with those entities, also Rural Region, DCFS, and Washoe County, where we can then we have licensed foster homes. So we receive a treatment foster care rate of reimbursement for those homes. So every home meets those licensing standards because they are minors. And because we provide treatment level foster care services, we also come alongside it and can bill Medicaid for the behavioral and clinical services that we provide on site, or if sometimes the children go off site for clinical services. So it's a bit of a blended funding at this time with the county contract and then whatever services we're able to bill for Medicaid. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it did. And it seems like you guys do an excellent job balancing that combination, because it can't be easy to take these multiple sources of funding. And I hope this question is not inappropriate, but can you tell us how much is publicly funded versus how much you rely on private donors?
Yeah, it really depends on a lot of different variables, but generally speaking, the cost of care is about 50% covered by Clark County, by the foster care room and board reimbursement. We can add on another maybe 10 to 15% in Medicaid billing if the child is open to therapy or is willing to go to their treatment. And so that leaves us with generally oftentimes a 30 to 45% gap that then we fundraise through our more general, and grants, of course, we would apply for grants and our general fundraising strategies.
Okay. I think that you guys are doing an excellent job. And so, and part of the reason that I'm asking all of these questions is that you, I think, said something really important in your presentation, that you are proud to be a part of the solution and not just, continuously finding more problems and finding more gaps. And so, you don't have to answer this question. This is just kind of more like food for thought. I'm very interested in how St. Jude's Ranch for Children has kind of set itself apart from other organizations and been able to provide like on the ground services for children, where we've seen so many other groups struggle to access adequate funding, struggle to, find the foothold that they need in order to actually provide services. And you guys have kind of broken through that barrier. So I think that you're a great example for a lot of the community partners who work in this space. So those are all my questions and comments. Thank you so much. Unless anybody else has anything, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you very much.
And we will hear next from Signs of Hope.
Madam Chair, committee members, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Kim Small, Kimsmall, and I am the CEO of Signs of Hope, for the record. I want to begin with acknowledging the success of our RISE program. RISE works with victim survivors of human trafficking, both sex trafficking and labor trafficking. RISE has shown that when we invest in survivor-centered services, people's lives truly change. Survivors of human trafficking who once faced barriers to housing, safety, and stability are now able to access coordinated services that help them rebuild their lives. The program has strengthened collaboration amongst local service providers, improved referral pathways, and ensured survivors receive trauma-informed support when they need it most. And as you'll see from my slide, the resources and support that the small but mighty RISE team provides 24/7. While RISE has been an important step forward, there are still critical gaps, particularly for survivors of human trafficking. Human trafficking survivors often require long-term, specialized support that extends well beyond immediate crisis intervention. Many are escaping complex exploitation that leaves them with significant trauma, safety concern, legal needs, and barriers to stable housing and employment. The services required to support these survivors are intensive and ongoing, yet current funding streams are often limited, short-term, or not designed to meet the full scope of needs. Signs of Hope provides crisis response advocacy, safety planning, and long-term support for survivors who often have nowhere else to turn. For many survivors of trafficking, this is the first place they are believed, supported, and connected to services that can help them begin recovering. As my colleague mentioned, Cassie, that we have done a tremendous job with training and prevention and education, not just on the Strip, but in the community and also in local schools. We are really working hard to be proactive to prevent trafficking. The demand is increasing and the resources have not kept up pace, and we are working diligently with funders to keep up with the increase in demand. Without sustainable funding, service providers like Signs of Hope face difficult decisions about staffing, response capacity, and the number of survivors who we can serve. Survivors should not have to wait for safety, for housing or advocacy because the system is under-resourced. And we've unfortunately have seen several of our partners shut their doors because of cuts in funding.
We need funding to strengthen Nevada's response by ensuring dedicated, sustainable funding for human trafficking survivor services, including funding for specialized trafficking advocates and case managers. And when I say that, Signs of Hope has 2 dedicated hotlines, one for sexual assault, which we have operated for over 52 years here in the Southern Nevada, and one for human trafficking. And so when there is a call that comes in for human trafficking, our advocates get up out of their beds at 3 in the morning to respond, be it local or out to Boulder Highway. We also need to expand emergency and transitional housing options for survivors. When we have to place survivors in emergency shelter, it's typically, we partner with domestic violence partners here in Las Vegas, and unfortunately we'll have to put them in a hotel, which is not ideal. Long-term trauma-informed support services, stable funding for organizations like ours that provide frontline response. Many say they do what we do, and we want to make sure that we continue to live in this valley and to survive and to provide support. I do want to share some data that we collect on a yearly basis, and we actually collect them monthly. But this is case management. I apologize for how small the print is, but the victimization type that we see are sex trafficking and labor trafficking, and oftentimes there's a combination of the two. You'll also see in the bottom slide that they're new to the program in 2025, and we're asking this question: are they new in 2025 or did they come back? And oftentimes we'll see repeat offenders come back, or repeat victims come back. The next slide shows the number of referrals, calls, etc. that we receive for sex trafficking, labor trafficking, and the combination. We also have another slide that shows the hotline calls we receive and this is all data for 2025, excuse me for not saying that. The number of tips that come in through our hotline, the questions, the concerned citizens that have reports that they want to share with us, that these are some of the hotline call data. The next slide shows the age range and the race, ethnicity of those that we see. You'll see that most of our clients range in age from 25 to 59. And again, these are clients that we are serving, that we have served. So when we get a call, when we go out and we respond, we're meeting them where they are. If they're not ready for our services, that's okay. We'll continue to work with them when they're ready. These are this is the data from those are the case managers, the managements that we have now. And then the race. The next one shows the gender and the countries that we're seeing here. This is the entertainment capital of the world, and we're seeing victims, survivors coming from all over all over the world here in the valley. The next one shows the individuals that are from Las Vegas, as well as our other states. The other slide shows, the next slide shows an advocate respond? So as I mentioned, an advocate will receive a call if they are asking for services. Did our advocates respond and provide follow-up services to those victims? At the bottom is our labor trafficking. We are seeing an uptick here in the valley in labor trafficking, so much so that the Southern Nevada Human Trafficking Task Force has convened a committee specifically for labor trafficking. And then our co-occurring, meaning they are sex trafficked as well as labor trafficked. The last slide that I'll show you are the stats from our encounters. And these are our outreach stats, excuse me, on our total hotline calls. So again, when we are called, we are responding in real time to the site where a victim is, and we're offering our resources, such as, again, safety planning, housing, and food, shelter, what have you. In closing, I want to, again, tout the success of RISE that continues to provide resources to victim survivors here in Southern Nevada. The success of RISE proves that when Nevada invests in survivors, recovery is possible. But survivors cannot rebuild their lives without the support systems that make safety and stability possible. With sustainable funding for trafficking services and organizations like ours, Signs of Hope, this legislature has the opportunity to ensure that no survivor who reaches out for help is turned away. The question before us is not whether these services work. We know they do. The question is whether we will fund them at the level needed to meet the reality of the need. Thank you for your time and your commitment to protecting victim survivors. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you so much. I think we have a couple of questions. We'll start with Senator Nguyen.
Thank you. I appreciate the data. I'm always curious to see how you collect that data. And I know as a nonprofit trying to raise funds, you probably need those stats right off the bat to, give some results to potential donors. Have you seen an increase in the number of calls because of the efforts that your partners such as the Resorts Association and some of these other coalitions that you built to give people access to those hotlines to get in those calls? I guess, have you seen some of those results over the past, decade or so?
I can't speak to the decade. I've only been with the organization for 3 years, but I can say in my tenure, I have seen an increase in the number of calls, and we are grateful to our resort partners who put our numbers on the bathroom stalls, on the mirrors, who will share our number on the side of their building. The Palms will do that for us. And we have billboards out there. We've done, Cassie has done a tremendous job of training for the front of the house workers, also airports. So we are incredibly grateful that our partners are bringing awareness and attention to the work that we do and the services that we provide.
Are you able to look at the existing programming that you have and find out what program buckets have been more successful at assisting these individuals that are in need of your help or getting that help? Like, are there, I don't know, I guess, what kind of data have you collected and shared with other partners in the community about what has been better, I guess, a better, more effective use of like resources, time, all those kind of things?
Thank you for that question. And I forgot to say Kim Small again for the record. When we hosted Super Bowl here, we were the lead nonprofit and we worked very closely with Vice. We are also the lead nonprofit for Formula One. So our efforts, our outreach efforts during those events, when we are embedded with Vice and we're out there in the community on a daily basis, and my advocates are working 24/7 at that time. We are seeing that we have greater response to encounters, and we're able to really target areas and individuals directly. As Cassie mentioned, when we have our numbers at the security desk, our properties are able to call us directly. So I would say the response to our hotline calls have been great. I also don't want her to sit here and not hear me say that she's done a tremendous job in really getting out there and doing the training. And we are partnered with the Southern Nevada Task Force. So Cassie has done a remarkable job of really working hard to get train. She's done trainings for, we just did a new one with wedding officiants. So we're looking at sort of out of the box thinking, out of the box areas of where trafficking may happen, and working to provide resources and support to those individuals, small businesses, colleges and universities. But this is in relationship and our partnership with the task force. Now, a bucket of that I would say that is increasing, and that has been effectively increasing, is responding to those hotline calls, those outreach. As part of the Human Trafficking Task Force, we do events that are, I would say, they're just seen events. So they're targeted outreach events, and all of the entities that sit on the Southern Nevada Human Trafficking Task Force will spend time in the community really providing those support resources. We see great turnouts for that. And I shouldn't say great turnouts, but we see great response to that. So I would say our outreach has been tremendous, and that comes through our hotline.
No, thank you. Thank you for that information. I know as we look at expanding programs, obviously I think it's very helpful to see programs that have been successful and those collaborative partnerships that have been fruitful in like curbing and providing resources and getting to these individuals that are in need. What kind of information, like if you had a dedicated source of funding, are there people that you're turning away currently because you don't have the resources available to help these people that reach out from the hotline, I guess?
We wouldn't turn them away. We would refer them to a partner agency if possible, or if they fit the criteria. We try not to turn away anyone. And so I can't say there's a specific population. We know that we can't serve everyone, but as a village of the task force, we can. And so we do rely on those entities to help with providing that support.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I guess the last question that I have is, I noticed on that slide there was, it said repeat callers. I was kind of surprised by, I guess I wasn't surprised based on 6 years of hearing legislative testimony about kind of this cyclical situation that a lot of these victims find themselves in. Do you have any specific programming, or do you have any specific goals that you have in mind to bring down that recidivism rate of repeat callers? I noticed that in particular, it was particularly high when it came to like children or minors.
Yes, thank you for that question, Kim Small. For the record, counseling, therapeutic support is something that we're looking to expand. We did a pilot of a labor trafficking support group. We did not have the turnout that we wanted, but we will try again. But specifically finding clinicians that will provide trauma-informed care to sex-trafficked youth is like finding a needle in the haystack. We have several therapists that we work with. Actually, we have 5. They're all trauma-informed. Out of those 5, 1 is specifically trained, and this is our clinical director she works specifically with human trafficked victims. So finding clinicians that will support those victim survivors, support groups, and sometimes it's important to involve survivors that are able to give back and to be that support, that peer support in those support groups. But that's one area that we're looking to expand upon, as well as a teen support group.
Thank you. I appreciate everything that you guys are doing in the community to help these victims, and thank you for answering my questions.
Other questions here in Las Vegas? All right, not seeing any. I think we do have some questions in Carson City. Go ahead, Assemblymember Hanson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Small, for being here, and to all the organizations that have presented today. Appreciate the work you do. If you could just help me understand the context. I'm a little confused on the second from the last slide that has the data for did an advocate respond. You might have touched on it. I don't think you did. I was looking up something else on the computer as well, but I was just trying to understand, what does that mean? Did an advocate respond? The number yes, 143, and no, 255, I think. If you could give us the context of what that means.
So did an advocate respond? And I apologize. I got the slides.
You say your name for the record.
I'm sorry. Thank you for the question. Kim Small, for the record. Did an advocate respond? And it's a yes, we responded. We were able to provide the services. Did an advocate, and every advocate responds. Sometimes they don't want to take the service. So it's a follow-up. Are they asking for more services, or are we offering more services and they're saying no to that?
Thank you for clarifying that. That's what I was wondering. So essentially, you guys always respond, but whether or not they take the help, that's what the no is. Am I understanding that right?
Yes, thank you for the question. Kim Small, for the record. Yes, that is correct.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. All right, if there are no other questions, I'm not seeing any other questions. We very much appreciate you being here and all of the work that RISE is doing. Another example of success in our community, so thank you. And we're going to go a little bit out of order. I know I told you that my goal for lunchtime was going to be 12:30. We're going to be a little bit off that goal because it is very important to me that we hear from our community advocates from the Public Defender's Office. So we will take them next. And after that presentation, we will go to lunch. We'll take a half hour for lunch and then be back to finish up our community presentations on anti-human trafficking and then roll into our traffic study. So that should give you all a little roadmap to plan your schedules. And we're very happy to have our friends here from the Public Defender's Offices, and please, and advocates and experts, please go ahead whenever you are ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Scheibel, members of the Interim Committee on Judiciary, Paloma Guerrero on behalf of the Clark County Public Defender's Office. We're going to start off our presentation with Dr. Barb Brentz.
Thanks so much for having me be here today, and it's a real honor and privilege to be in front of you all. My name is Barb Brentz. I'm a B-A-R-B-B-R-E-N-T-S. I'm a retired, recently professor emeritus at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, in the Department of Sociology. I'm here because I've been researching the sex industry for the last 30 or so years, and I've helped conduct research into Nevada's legal brothel system and a lot of studies on legal systems in different countries. I just completed a book a few years ago on sex buyers based on a survey in the US and UK. I've also done a large study just recently also on sexual violence among sex workers in a number of different countries. I've been a part of a real massive growth in evidence-based research on sex work and sex trafficking in the last 15 or 20 years. You all caught me at a good time because I'm in the middle of finishing a review of research studies for a major criminology journal, and myself and my co-authors have amassed more than 250 peer-reviewed research articles in academic journals that are looking at what helps reduce violence and coercion in sex working populations. Across it all, it is the same pattern. Raising criminal penalties to address sex trafficking makes the very harms that we're trying to prevent worse. The law affects behavior, but sometimes not in the way in which we intend. One of the most consistent findings is that raising penalties rarely eliminate sex markets or the demand for sex. they do change where and how people operate. When criminal penalties increase for sex workers, for sex buyers, for people who assist, people adapt their behavior to avoid law enforcement. And unfortunately, those adaptations tend to increase vulnerability to violence. For example, studies show that people move to more isolated or unfamiliar spaces where law enforcement can't find them. They operate alone instead of near others. People who sell sex prefer to screen clients. They have some pretty good systems in advance when they can. They like to check references, negotiate the terms ahead of time, work near other people for safety. But when communication, advertising, or working together can get them arrested, those safety practices become harder to use. They have to negotiate services and price on site. They rush transaction. They can't communicate with each other about dangerous clients. Same pattern happens even in systems where the law targets buyers, but not sex workers. Another consistent issue is involved reporting violence. Across many studies, when someone experiences coercion or violence, if they risk arrest or other legal consequences themselves, they are less likely to report crimes committed against them or to seek support services. In a recent study my colleagues and I conducted with U.S. sex workers, we asked about their views of the criminal justice system, and only 8% believe that police take rape seriously against sex workers. 95% had no confidence in the criminal justice system. And we know it's hard enough for a non-sex worker to report sexual violence against themselves. How do we expect sex workers or people who are trafficked to trust the system anymore? Whether this is fair or not, these perceptions shape behavior. From a policy perspective, I think the key point is that when people believe reporting violence or coercion could create legal problems for them, they don't report. If law enforcement is involved in getting needed services, victims don't seek help. Another issue that research highlights is that law enforcement really tends to see only one layer of the sex industry. Police understandably, and thank you, encounter the most visible and the most vulnerable, street-based workers, people in crisis, people already experiencing serious vulnerabilities. These are important groups that need help, but they are not the entire industry. Research shows that the vast majority of sex workers have little or no contact with law enforcement. Most experience no exploitation or violence, and many people operate indoors, independently, or online. But even though they don't interact with police, criminal laws still shape their behavior. It affects whether they choose to work alone. It affects how they are able to screen clients, whether they would call 911 or report coercion when they're in trouble. So while enforcement tends to focus on the most vulnerable in situations, the law influences the behavior of a much larger group of people in ways that prevent them from keeping themselves safe. The research shows that something else that I think is important that's been echoed in a lot of what's said today, and that people most vulnerable to trafficking or exploitation are usually dealing with basic survival problems first. They need safe housing, access to food and healthcare, job training and economic stability. When we look at what actually helps people exit or prevent exploitative situations, these are the most basic. Focusing on prevention means needing services and solutions and funding that is going to be outside law enforcement and without needing to be labeled as trafficked, so that people can help themselves. Supports address the conditions that make exploitation possible in the first place, and research shows that these services are often more effective when people can access them without required interactions with the criminal justice system and before they may experience exploitation or trafficking. At the same time, we also want to be able to identify violence and trafficking earlier, and people have to feel safe in reporting crimes. And that means reporting the barriers, removing when someone believes they can be arrested themselves, they often don't call 911, even in dangerous situations. So we need carefully designed immunity laws that can help address that problem, that allow someone to report violence or seek emergency help without fear that they will be prosecuted for prostitution at the same time. Many states already have these kinds of protections, so victims and witnesses can safely report violent crimes. You all passed a great bill last year, but it got vetoed by the governor. My hope is that this legislative session, we can work better with police and other groups so that we can have a truly effective law that's similar to other states. Another area where Nevada can make real progress is improving the evidence base, and lots of folks have addressed this. A good, solid review of best practices from other states would likely be more useful than simply increasing penalties. I have a couple of colleagues in the sociology department who work with trafficking victim support in Minnesota. Unfortunately, they had to teach today, so they couldn't be here to speak. But Minnesota, as just one example, has developed a really coordinated victim service systems that's operated over more than a decade. Many of those services are housed in public health rather than law enforcement. And that approach has helped more people access services because participation is not necessarily tied to criminal investigations. Nevada can also benefit from stronger state-level research and program evaluation, mapping where people actually access services that would identify gaps, independent evaluation through multidisciplinary partnerships with institutions involving both UNR and UNLV could help ensure that programs are themselves collecting reliable data and that policies are evaluated based on evidence. Right now, much of the data is very fragmented across agencies, as we've heard. Better coordination would allow policymakers to make decisions based on stronger information. One more thing I'll throw in here is that policies actually work best when the people that are most effective are part of the conversation. People working in the sex industry often have the most direct knowledge of how these markets operate, when and where exploitation occurs. And when policymakers work with sex workers with a wide variety of experiences, they can be some of the most effective partners in helping identify violence and protecting people. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Fraser, Jennifer Fraser. I'm the Chief Deputy Public Defender of the Juvenile Division. Thank you for the opportunity to present this morning. I want to begin starting with the positive. Thanks to legislative reforms from 2019 legislative session, specifically SB 293, a child could no longer be adjudicated delinquent or in need of supervision, which most importantly means a child could no longer be held in a state or local detention facility if charged with solicitation after July 2022. Prior to 2022, it was regular practice to keep CSEC children arrested for solicitation or related charges, locked up in detention for weeks, months, and in some instances committed to a state correctional facility. SB 293 was much needed progress and recognition that children are victims and our state does not want to lock up victims. After July 2022, there are less youth in detention for specific CSEC related charges, but does not mean the problem went away. Youth in the juvenile justice system continue to be screened and or flagged for CSEC issues, and what that means and how the quote system reacts is the larger issue. There are statewide similarities. I had the opportunity to speak with my counterparts, youth defenders from Northern Nevada, Washoe County, as well as a rural youth defender from Elko, about how their jurisdictions grapple with this challenge, as well as how we do so in Clark County. From a youth defense perspective, the majority of CSEC youth in Elko are from other jurisdictions. She reports in large part due to proximity to I-80. Since many are not local youth, there is less awareness of how to deal with the issue, and she reports there is a struggle of how to effectively and consistently deal with these types of cases and clients. Youth in the juvenile justice systems of both Clark and Washoe counties continue to be labeled CSEC based on screenings, prior reports, prior conduct, rather than just specific charges. This label should mean the youth should be flagged for services and interventions What it often means is the child will go into custody and or remain in custody for longer periods of time as the child will be deemed a danger to herself. CSEC youth are often deemed to be, quote, dangers to themselves based on their vulnerability and risk-taking behavior. As such, they often remain detained on charges that are relatively minor compared to other youth. Very rarely do they pose any risk of harm to the community. Our most vulnerable children, the ones with little family support or supervision, are the ones most likely to be detained long-term. And these cases often just barely more than a CHINS offense, which are running away, alcohol use, or minor theft, trespassing, or misdemeanor batteries. Often CSEC concerns go hand in hand with substance use. However, in Northern Nevada, there are no residential substance abuse options for our youth. If there are co-occurring psychiatric diagnoses, there are limited local options. A high percentage of our CSEC youth disrupt from less restrictive settings and end up at long-term programs such as Sierra Sage Treatment Center. It's a long program, often a year or more, which means extensive institutionalization or detention for most vulnerable and our least dangerous youth. As is the case with so many youth offenders, they can do well in a treatment program, but when they go back to their homes and their communities, the same temptations, stressors, vulnerabilities exist, and we do not help them build a life that is an attractive enough alternative to the one they had before. There needs to be greater resources put into mentorship programs, employment programs, multi-systemic therapy that involves family and other evidence-based interventions, which we've all heard from other presenters this morning. A real life case example from Washoe County really hits this home. A client came into the system on a domestic battery with her mom, a misdemeanor offense. One of her other initial charges was theft from a taxi driver because she took a taxi cab ride to the home of an adult male, and he ultimately refused to pay the cab fee as promised, which raised CSEC alarm bells. She struggled with running away, substance abuse, and accruing minor charges and violations. The family had minimal CPS history prior to this delinquency involvement, but Human Services Agency was unwilling to get involved. Her mom had other high needs youth in the home, so she was unable to adequately supervise the youth, and her and her mom had a difficult relationship. This youth ended up going to Sierra Sage. She did well at the program for a long time, but ultimately became frustrated with the length of the program. When she was discharged from Sierra Sage, she struggled in the community and ultimately ended up in a DCFS correctional commitment, followed by youth parole. She was ultimately arrested on a parole warrant while standing on a street corner. She was 18 at the time, so she was unsuccessfully terminated from youth parole. She soon left for California and was ultimately murdered by her 46-year-old pimp. In Washoe County now, her younger sister is in the system, starting the same cycle. This is an example of how difficult and dangerous these cases are and how even the highest level of services will fail without robust and community resources. Thank you.
Paloma Guerrero, for the record, we're going to turn it over to up north.
Perfect. Go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Hickman. It's Katheryn, Hickman, Hickman. I'm with the Washoe County Alternate Public Defender's Office. I want to talk about the intersection between victimization and offending. I want to talk about two women that were represented by the Public Defender's Office in 2019 and 2020. These two women were very similarly situated. They both were victimized as children. They were in the foster care system where they were sexually abused and physically abused, and they both aged out of the foster care system. They both met their sex traffickers as juveniles or when they were barely 18. These relationships started as a romantic relationship, and it turned into sex trafficking. During the time that they were sex trafficked, both of them committed offenses as part of the victimization. They held guns, they held drugs, and what ultimately brought them into the legal system was that they helped girls who were working under the same trafficker post ads. They told them how to act on dates. They helped them arrange dates, and they helped take them to dates. A lot of their behavior was protecting the girls from their sex traffickers to help them earn money, to help them be successful. And those were criminal actions that were charged for both of these women. Both women were prosecuted when they were 18 or 19 years old. They were both charged with a Category A felony, which was sex trafficking of a minor. One woman was willing to work with law enforcement after her arrest. She was willing to cooperate and give information about her sex trafficker. She was granted a benefit of pleading to coercion, which is a Category B felony, but it is not a sex offense. The other woman was too terrified to cooperate with police. She would agree to cooperate, we would arrange cooperation, and then she would always back out. She was so fearful of the person who had sex trafficked her that she was not willing to cooperate for that benefit. Because she would not cooperate, she was offered a plea to a sex offense, and she ended up pleading to an attempt. Both women's sentencings were very similar. Prior to sentencing, they both had engaged with an organization in Las Vegas to provide treatment to victims of sex trafficking. Both had housing arranged after sentencing. But the sentencings for both were very emotional. They were held in open court, and they detailed the life of abuse that both women had suffered. In open court, what was discussed was sexual abuse, physical abuse, and acts of sex trafficking that they were forced to do. Both sentencings presented how the power and control dynamics that being victims bled into women, these two women committing the crimes that they were ultimately charged with, and that the crimes that they ultimately were charged with were things that they were made to do to protect their trafficker. It protected that person from criminal charges because they were the ones who were the face of the sex trafficking. Both of these women requested diversion. Neither one of them had a criminal history. Neither one of them had a background. But both requests for diversion were denied. Both women were placed on probation. And in the years after, both women have been early honorably discharged from probation. They both did extremely well on probation. They did not violate their probation. But because they were not able to get diversion for the crimes that were committed as part of their own victimization, they both will have serious criminal history for the rest of their lives. One as a convicted felon, and the other as a sex offender. Thank you.
Sorry. My name is Betsy Allen, Betsy Allen. I am a criminal defense attorney in Clark County. I'm not a public defender. I work sort of in the capacity of one. I do indigent defense. I do it Clark County and now up here in the rurals. I've represented countless women who've been involved in sex trafficking. It's always in the context of criminal proceedings. That's what I do. People who have been charged with some other crime, drugs, robbery, what we call a trick roll, them being involved in a date and robbing or taking something from the person who's hired them. There was one case, however, that stood out and sort of changed my life, which after 27 years, that should speak volumes. This client, I'll call her Jane. She grew up just steeped in abuse, drugs, and trauma. Her father sexually abused her as a child, and her mother forced her to sell drugs at school, in middle school. That's middle school. Eventually, she's taken away from her parents, she's put into child haven, and she's abused in child haven. She ran away to her father because that was literally her safe space. And eventually, she meets her first pimp around the age of 17. It started, much as my colleague said, as a romantic relationship, and then he started turning her out. By 18, she was arrested for a trick roll. I'm not going to minimize her participation in this because my client never did that. It was absolutely a horrendous offense. They robbed this gentleman. They went at his own home. Then they robbed. Subsequently, there was a second robbery. As they are trying to get away from this, she gets into a high-speed chase. and seriously injures a driver in another car. She's arrested and immediately pleads guilty. In the interim of all this, she sees her pimp kill someone, and the state wants her to testify. She asked for something from the state, like, I don't want to go to prison. They refused. And she didn't want to go to prison with a snitch jacket on. That is exceptionally dangerous, to go to prison with everybody knowing, and they always know, that you've testified against someone. So she refused to help the state. As a result of this, she was released prior to her sentencing. She meets up with her next pimp, and he took her to California. In order to keep her in California and working, he kept her in a dog cage for about 9 months. She was working and then put back in her cage, literally a dog cage. Eventually she gets away from him, but not before she found out that she was pregnant with twins. She went through most of the pregnancy and lost both of the babies, delivered and lost both of the babies. She held them while they died. In order to keep herself safe from these men, she actually turned herself back in Clark County because a warrant had been issued for her arrest on the original case, but because she'd been kept in California, the judge issued a warrant. Knowing all this, rather than wanting to help, she was punished, and she was given a harsher sentence than the pimp in the trick roll, because she refused to testify. When I get her case, it was on post-conviction. I won't bore anybody with details on procedure, but I petitioned for a new sentence, and the judge agreed with me, but the state appealed the decision. And during the appellate process, she was released from custody because it was up in the higher court. During the time that she got out, mind you, she had no criminal history really prior to this, except I think one prostitution count when she was a minor. During her time out, she got up to 3 jobs. She learned a trade doing hair. She got a license to do it, and she left the state to get away from the people who did this. She actually went to Sacramento, and I believe she was part of the RISE program, which they had testified earlier. And this is for women who are especially in this situation. Unfortunately, she got pregnant again, and she had a healthy baby boy. She called him her rainbow baby. Sadly, the higher court did not agree with what had been done in district court and reversed the decision. I went to the pardons board. I petitioned Amy Ayub to help. I tried anything that I could to try to keep this woman from going back to prison. And unfortunately, Amy helped. Everybody else was really just not interested. So she was forced to hand her son back over to someone in her family and literally walk back into prison. Her pimp has been out for at least 2 years, and she is still sitting in Florence McClure in prison. This woman never minimized her role in the crime she committed. She never wanted to be absolved or exonerated. She just wanted help. I've been, again, doing this for 27 years, and this is literally one of the handful of cases that changed my life. And part of it was watching, or firsthand knowledge of trying to get this woman help and not get, I had nothing. And there was nothing I could do for her. And it was literally probably one of the saddest cases I've ever dealt with. Thank you.
Go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Scheibel, Vice Chair Miller, and members of the committee. Marissa Crook, for the record, M-A-R-I-S-S-A-C-R-O-O-K. I'm here with Marcy Reba. We're both from the Washoe County Public Defender's Office and joined Paloma Guerrero down south. We are grateful for being invited to the table with other stakeholders. One of the purposes of SCR 3 was to reduce Nevada's chronically low ranking in human trafficking reports. As exemplified by the recommendations just provided by Jessica with the National Conference of State Legislators, Nevada ranks low primarily not because of a lack of criminalizing traffickers, but because of a lack of protections for survivors charged with related crimes. Polaris, a leading national human trafficking policy organization, used to have state report cards based on comprehensive issues, but now they've narrowed the entirety of their report cards just to a state's treatment of criminal record relief for survivors. As the WCSO victim advocate mentioned at your January 13th meeting, many survivors experience repeated system contact. Nevada used to have a grade of 49 in criminal relief for survivors, a grade of F. Passing SB 173, which increased crimes eligible for vacator to nonviolent offenses, increased our grade to 61, which is a D. Under Nevada laws, there are several key gaps that fail survivors who are criminalized for acts committed as a result of force, fraud, or coercion. The stories from the field just relayed by my colleagues highlight these failures, and we have proposed several policy solutions to address each of these gaps. Multiple of these solutions are the types of safe harbor laws that Jessica mentioned. Implementing these solutions would increase our Polaris score to 84, which would be the highest score in the nation, making Nevada the leader in protecting survivors of trafficking. Our first proposed solution would expand vacator relief to be similar to New Mexico's, which was mentioned by NCSL. Data shows that victims are generally not committing crimes outside of the trafficking situation while they're being trafficked, which is why we included a rebuttable presumption that any crime committed while a victim of human trafficking means the offense resulted from force, fraud, or coercion. We've provided sample text. Implementing this proposal alone would increase our Polaris score from 61 to 74, which would make us third in the nation. Our second solution establishes an affirmative defense against crimes committed as a result of human trafficking. As NCSL stated, 40 states already have an affirmative defense, and Nevada is one of the few who don't. The 40 states who do include the exemplar states that were identified in the study presented to this committee on January 13th. Our sample text also allows a judge to dismiss a case if they find that it was committed under the duress of human trafficking. Next, I'll turn it over to Marcy Reba to continue outlining our proposals.
Thank you, Chair and members of this committee. My name is Marcy Reba, M-A-R-C-I-E-R-Y-B-A, and again, just like Marissa, I'm a representative of the Washoe County Public Defender's Office. And I will be covering recommendations 3, 4, and 5. So to begin, we would ask to expand access to evidence. In looking at the Senate Concurrent Resolution 3, it finds that the state seeks to establish a more robust legal framework to protect victims of human trafficking and mitigate challenges associated with victim participation in criminal proceedings. One challenge that defense attorneys run into when representing victims of human trafficking is that we face substantial evidentiary challenges due to trauma of our clients, lack of documentation or coercion, and it's difficult for our clients to prove their own victimization. So our proposed reforms to NRS 174.315 and 335 would strengthen the defense access to evidence by streamlining subpoenas, equal compulsory process as the prosecutors have at the early levels, and allow for ex parte application of subpoenas. And here we have some sample language of our changes to NRS 174.315, which would be to expand these early subpoena powers to not just a prosecuting attorney, but to also include an attorney for a defendant. And moving on to NRS 174.315, it continues to show how we could have this equal access to this data that we need so early on when we're representing our clients. The next slide is proposed changes to NRS 174.335, and these are for subpoenas ducis tecum, or for us to be able to get papers, books, documents, electronically stored information, for us to be able to show the victimization of our clients, possibly to those prosecutors, when we're trying to negotiate these cases early on or trying to connect our clients to resources that they need. Recommendation 4 and 5 have to do with immunity and sentencing presumption. We've heard from presenters earlier about the safe harbor laws that were discussed by NCSL, as well as Marissa discussed an increase for our grade in Polaris if we make some of these changes. One of the recommendations is for immunity. Trafficking victims shall not be arrested, charged, or prosecuted for nonviolent offenses as a result of being trafficked, but rather referred to sentences. And we also propose an amendment to NRS 176.211 for that sentencing presumption where courts shall defer judgment. You know, this reflects on those failures of the system for our victims where they asked for that diversion to get those felonies off their record, but they weren't allowed to do so. Our goal in the language is to provide relief without being overly restrictive as to who can request this. So our proposed addition to NRS 193.335 would be to add that language to refer these victims to services immediately rather than arresting them. And next, under NRS 176.211, to have that broad language that the court shall defer at sentencing if it finds that the defendant was a victim of human trafficking at the time of the offense. And with that, we would turn to Southern Nevada to Ms. Guerrero.
Paloma Guerrero for the record. Our last recommendations have to do with just the type of hearings that can happen with these sorts of situations where people have to express very vulnerable parts of their life. Our sixth recommendation is putting in language in statute about if a request is made for a sealed hearing for a judge to honor that request. We have had situations where our clients want to express these vulnerable situations and don't feel comfortable, whether they have a fear that their abuser is going to be in court or just find out about her disclosing that abuse, and then the judge denying that. So having that protection there, that if somebody is going to be having that courage to speak out, that they are protected. So having sealed hearings. And then our last proposal is for expand judicial discretion for sentencing, that in these situations where these circumstances are very grave and it can sometimes be very violent, that judges have that discretion to go beyond sentencing guidelines than we have right now in statute. So this is a recommendation for the sealed sentencings or any release sealed hearing. Go to the next one. And I think the important part to know about the language that we worked out here is that it's any decision made by the judge to go beyond sentencing's guidelines, then it is reviewable by a different court if the state would like to appeal that. I think with all these recommendations, it's especially important in Nevada. One of the things that we mostly want to do is decrease incarceration costs, decrease the number of people in our jails and prisons. And it's especially important here where people are not safe in our prisons. We want to protect people when they have the courage to speak out. Kate Hickman from Washoe County talked about this. We need to have those protections in place for when people do want to cooperate with law enforcement, and then reduce recidivism. And that's just from having a criminal record. We know that criminal records can affect people's employment and housing, and we will see a more stable community if people don't have these criminal records, just follow them throughout their life. This is just like a summary of all the recommendations that we did. And then we're open. Everybody's open for questions from Washoe and North.
Members, do we have any questions? How in the North and not Senator Krasner? Okay, Senator Wynn, please.
I appreciate the recommendations. I know a lot of people come in and present a lot of evidence and a lot of testimonial and anecdotal and data, but I appreciate you guys coming up with actual solutions that will reduce some of the things that you had talked about. What kind of conversations have you had with these other organizations and groups that have come in, or their law enforcement partners, or the 3 hours of testimony prior to you? What kind of conversations have you had with those groups in preparing and vetting some of these recommendations?
Paloma Guerrero for the record. I will answer, then I can pass it over to my counterparts in Washoe. These recommendations were, I know that we did research through the NCSL, that what they have online. So that was one of the presenters that spoke. I think they were the first presentation today. We've also sent a couple follow-up emails based on the presentations today. So after people have been presenting, we recognized that we should connect with them, and we've sent emails over to NCSL and another organization. I'll have Marcy from Washoe touch on that.
Marissa Crook for the record. Before Marcy addresses the groups that we have are in the process of reaching out to, we have spoken with service providers who have affirmed that a huge issue for survivors of human trafficking are these criminal records. Like at your last presentation, the Washoe County Sheriff's Office victim advocate highlighted how many survivors have repeated interactions with the system while they're being trafficked.
And Marcy Reba for the record, we are just starting to reach out to other agencies to see if we can work collaboratively. We are so grateful for being brought to the table today and listening to these wonderful presentations. We have reached out to them, and we're hoping that we can work collaboratively so that by the time that this interim committee requests, bill draft requests, we can jointly be recommending the same language. We've also vetted this language with attorneys across northern, southern, and rural Nevada. It's important for us to start bringing those voices of rural Nevada because sometimes they seem to be overlooked, and that's why we're so grateful for Betsy Allen presenting today. And our plan is to continue working on this moving forward and hopefully having something by the time BDRs are requested.
Thank you so much. Not seeing any additional questions, then I will go ahead and close this agenda item. As Chair had mentioned earlier, we are going to break for lunch right now, so we will see you all back right at 1:30 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Interim Judiciary. We are going to go back to where we were on the agenda, which we are still under agenda item 3, letter B, which is representatives from multiple different community-based and victim service agencies. So we will start off with a presentation that will be on Zoom from representatives of Awaken in Reno, which we have our, Melissa Holland, who is the co-founder and CEO of Awaken Reno. So whenever you are ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Miller. I'm really grateful for this opportunity to present to you all. I am honored to speak alongside such incredible expertise in this field. I started working in the area of anti-trafficking late 2009, early 2010. And to sit in this hearing today, and I listened to the one in January as well, the amount of service provision and policy work that's been done over the last 15 years is incredible. Compared to 2009, 2010, I mean, that was then Attorney General Senator Catherine Cortez Masto hadn't even done her bill yet for sex trafficking to be a crime in our state. So much has been accomplished since she put that forward. I have listened to such testimony. I'm trying to figure out what the best approach is right now, because you've been given research, you've been given stats, you've been given a ton of information. And I actually was thankful for the break because I got a chance to process it all. And I think what I'd like to share a little bit about Awaken, but mostly over the last 15 years, what some of those pivotal things that I have learned from survivors and being in this field that have shaped the way we approach the entire ecosystem of human trafficking and exploitation. So Awaken is a Northern Nevada anti-trafficking service provider. We have 3 pillars. It's prevention. We're in the schools. We're working there to try to end this thing so that people never become victims. They never become clients at ours. We do restoration work, which means we're indirect services. Earlier, I heard questions about recidivism. We're working on treatment plans. We're working on models, piloting a model right now to try to reduce recidivism, where they go back to their trafficker, because that trauma bond is so strong. A little context, my background is mental health. I'm a licensed marriage family therapist. And that's actually my beginning. I started as a therapist working with victims of trafficking right here in Northern Nevada. And so all of my work has been here. We've been based here. But I've had the opportunity to do a couple things that lead to the 3rd pillar. So our 3rd pillar at Awaken is called City Transformation. Really early on, when we looked around at the other models, we learned the primary model was a safe house, and that's how you provide treatment. And housing is important, and safe houses are very important. But something shifted. Because of my mental health background, we kind of wanted to figure out, how do we not just put Band-Aids and help restore people, but how do we disrupt the whole system? So city transformation is our 3rd pillar. We don't just want one house that's safe. We want a whole safe city. We want the entire thing to be like, hey, when you come to Reno, you're not going to find exploitation. You're actually going to find safety. You're going to find a community that cares for you and is not here to re-exploit you. So that's a big part of what we do. And that's kind of what I want to touch on today, because so many other great things have already been addressed. So one of the things that I've learned, I've worked with thousands of victims, unfortunately. I'd much rather tell you like that's not the case, but we have thousands of victims in our community. So years ago, I got an opportunity to as Kim said, they like to think outside of the box, so do we. And I got an opportunity outside of the box that I was honored to take. I was facilitating a group in a men's prison, and they were doing life sentences. These guys were not joking around in the crimes they had committed. They taught me something. They taught me, and they weren't in Nevada. I was going over to California to do this. And one of the things they taught me about our state is a lesson on our policies. They taught me how they view, in criminal enterprises, how they view laws around states as deterrents on what and will they won't criminalize and take a risk on. One of the things they taught me is Nevada's tough on drugs. And so they said, hey, Nevada, it's all risk reward to these guys. They said, it's not worth going to Nevada to traffic drugs. But Nevada's laws are actually quite beneficial for them when it comes to trafficking of women and girls. And they said for two reasons they taught me. They said, because I'm going to tell you, prior to that, I just kind of kept my head down and was doing service provision. But they taught me that I actually have to have my eyes open in a broader ecosystem of what's contributing to these victims and how policy is a factor in that. So they said one of the things that's happening is the law on legalization. We have a sex tourism state, and so we're inviting people to come here and participate in prostitution. Well, there's so much overlap with prostitution and trafficking, and they know it, and they're capitalizing on that. And so the other part of the law that traffickers that I've talked to have actually educated me on, our laws on legalization do half the grooming work for them. So they like to come to Nevada, and they like to groom girls to then exploit and turn out in our state because our law actually promotes the commercial sex trade. And they said, when you are born and raised in a state like this that normalizes prostitution, they don't have to convince anybody of it. So they get to capitalize and exploit these things by coming to our state and working what we already have as policy to their benefit. So they view the law as protecting them. So that was my first eye-opening experience with this. My second was in 2019. Prior to this, I kept hearing familiar language and testimony from survivors. Their experience of being purchased in prostitution was consistent. They continued to use language of rape and sexual assault. I'm going to be honest here. At that point, I didn't fully understand it. And I couldn't get I didn't have a paradigm around this because I realized I had not really looked at this third prong very well, which was of the buyers. And so they would try to explain it. And I got this opportunity in 2019 that just changed everything for me. I got an opportunity to be a part of a research team, an international research team that went to another country to study buyers in a nation where it's legal. So they have a brothel system just like ours. So I got to go there and be a part of this research team, interviewing men who purchase sex in a country where it's legal. They taught me something else. So important. I got to learn about their experience in purchasing women for sex legally. They said they get to walk in under whatever situation they desire. This is the fantasy component. They get somebody with a made-up name that's simply there to cater to their fantasy of what they want to purchase. When asked, because these buyers have no reason to lie, they're fully protected by the law. They're repetitive buyers, so they're pretty convicted of their mindset. They're pretty convinced, I should say, of their mindset already and confident in it. And so they voluntarily offered to be interviewed. When asked about the experience of the person being purchased, they consistently knew she didn't want to be there. They consistently knew she didn't enjoy it. They reported this. She's not going to enjoy it. She's probably being trafficked, which is consistent with what I've heard from women coming out of brothels in Nevada. They're not worried about her experience with it. They equated it just as simply as you would if you were going to a restaurant to order your meal. You're not concerned with the life experience of the person taking your order because it's a legal transaction in a legal business. They have that same mindset. However, when asked, tell me about some of the experiences where you actually identified this person's being trafficked or harmed. Oh, they talked about severe injuries to these women coming into their encounters. They talked about bruises, like potential scars, recent, like surgery, where they even think they thought there was like organs being trafficked from the person they're purchasing. And they had no consideration because when asked why, well, it's a legal transaction and I paid for it, so I'm going to get what I want. This is their testimony. This is my not any kind of accusation or anything. This is the testimony of buyers themselves. When asked what justifies their ability to still engage in paid sex for somebody who they believe is, and pretty confidently believe is being trafficked, is being assaulted, doesn't want to be there, doesn't like it, doesn't enjoy it, because it's legal and I paid for it, so I'm going to get what I want. Because when we view this like any other job, they get to believe that way. When asked about that legal component, this is what I realized. The law really is meant to protect the vulnerable. And in the law of legalization, what we've done is we've created a sex tourism state. We've heard lots of great policy, and there has been incredible policy already around increased penalties to buyers, and we've done some of that. But when it's not consistent, there is confusion around Nevada. When people come to Nevada and people within Nevada, there is confusion around, is our state a sex tourism state? And when you have parceled it to only counties and not here and not there, that's not clear to the people. They will come to anywhere in Nevada, and buyers will engage in whatever they want because it has been branded and the world has been educated on this. Nevada is known as the vice place to come in and take place whatever you want. It's been promoted as that by our laws allowing this. So buyers and traffickers tell us this. So they get to do that. They get to exploit the law we have and then come and exploit the girls and the children and the women that are here. And they get to do it at low risk, high reward. So these guys, they said, basically, there's three things that are happening there. The fantasy that they get to purchase, they get to make up whatever identity they want for this girl. They get to have whatever setting they want, whatever experience they want. They know she doesn't want sex with him. Now, we have laws in place that protect when women are having sex with somebody. Let me rephrase this. If a man has sex with a woman that doesn't want to have sex with him, we know what that is. There's a criminal justice system and a law that is very clear on what that is. We are no longer clear on that law when money is left on the table. When money gets left on a table, they recognize this. It rebrands the whole thing, and it now says she likes it, she chose it, she's actually employed now. And the law agrees with him, not her. So we have a very confusing law where survivors that have been exploited in Nevada don't even know they're being exploited because we've made it an industry. They don't even know they're being assaulted because we've made it legal. When they get understanding, and they'll tell you, I've heard it countless times, when I was in prostitution, I would have told you this is my choice. I would have told you I was consenting. I would have told you this. The problem is consent has to be freely given. Money can't be used to extract sex from somebody who would otherwise never give it to you. That isn't consent. That isn't equal parties. That is using a person's vulnerability and having money extract something that you would otherwise never get from them. That's a power differential. And the money rebrands it. The law then agrees with the buyer's experience, not the survivor's. So the survivor leaves feeling like he has a right to do this to me. But the problem from a mental health aspect, and I mean, survivor after survivor after survivor has shared this. They believe they are being raped and they are being paid to be raped. And I never understood it until I heard from buyers that they also know that. And I believe if we really, we have built a great policy foundation already on this issue, but if we actually don't address the issue of legalization in our state, we continue to produce more victims than we help. It does not discount the incredible work that has already been put forward by many on this committee. I've known you for years, seeing the legislation that you're bringing forward. But we must have consistent legislation around our state, not just jurisdictional. We're up against the fastest growing criminal enterprise in the world. That's what human trafficking is. We're not going to patchwork law solution and have solutions for this. We must have consistency across jurisdictions that show severe penalty to buyers and traffickers that align with the reality of the survivor, not ones that align with the fantasy of the buyer. And right now, they're actually feeling really protected by that law. We're not protecting the right people, in my opinion, in my experience. And so that is the main thing that we have is re-educate our state, increase penalties consistently throughout our state, not just jurisdictionally, against buyers and traffickers. And I actually would welcome any questions if you have any.
Yes, we do. Thank you so much for that. With that, could you just briefly explain what the response from Awaken Reno is, what your programming is, what your program model is, and any quantifiable data that you have for us in terms of how many people you're serving or treating and what that success rate is?
Certainly. So success rates are depending on what you're talking about. We've seen I mean, so many survivors leave a life of exploitation, leave a life of abuse, generationally then have children that are raised not in familiar exploitation, but then begin to live healthy lives, get married. We every single year at our banquet, our annual fundraiser, you'll hear a survivor tell and share about that. They go on to be nurses, they go on to be medical professionals, they go on to be attorneys, they go on to get a graduate degree at Oxford. I mean, they go on to live very successful lives. The majority of our approach is a community-based approach. We do not do service just siloed as Awaken. We are a multidisciplinary organization and work within our community with other community providers. We do case management, therapy, counseling, mentorship, and we realize, so I myself am a recovering addict alcoholic, and anybody in recovery knows you don't recover in a silo, you recover in community. And we provide them through mentorship and community collaboration, those opportunities. We work with other agencies to make sure we're getting the gaps filled in whatever way we can for them to reach whatever type of life they want to have.
Thank you so much for that. Members, any additional questions? In Carson City? Not seeing any, and thank you, Senator. You don't have any either. So with that, thank you so much for your presentation. We will go ahead and close this presentation, and I will open it up for the next presentation, which will be representatives from Courage House, Nevada. With that, I believe we have our founders and CEOs, Jenny Williamson and Miranda Richardson, and I believe they're in Carson City. And please, if there's one more presenter, please go ahead and introduce that third presenter, and please proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. We're so excited to be here. I'm going to introduce my colleagues, and I have a few words to say just as the founder and CEO. Courage Worldwide is a 20-year-old 501c3 organization that has been serving minor female victims of sex trafficking in a therapeutic residential setting called Courage House for the past 16 years. To date, we have provided services and resources to over 225 victims and 30 of their children, and we are thrilled to be opening Courage House, Nevada as a licensed PRTF psychiatric residential treatment facility in Washoe County. And before I turn it over to my colleagues, I just have to thank our community partners in Washoe County. Without them, this would not even be possible. The Washoe County Board of Supervisors, Washoe County Health and Human Services, the University of Nevada, Reno School of Social Work, who is our program evaluator, as well as an amazing Nevada Board of Directors made up of professionals and influencers here in Northern Nevada. And also I'd like to thank the nonprofit partners that have welcomed us with open arms into this space, the Junior League of Reno, Step 2, Notables Music Therapy, the Renovation Foundation, and Children's Cabinet. We are so fortunate to call these partners and groups our friends. Today, presenting on our behalf is Miranda Richardson, which is the Courage House Nevada Clinical Director, and she's going to be giving you details of our actual program. I also have a statement from Steve Schell, who is the founder and executive director of the statewide nonprofit organizational Behavioral Health Association of Nevada. Steve is one of our board members, and he has held our hand as we've gone through the licensing process, which has been very rigorous, I'll say. But Steve was walking his puppy dog, and he sprained his ankle, and so he can't be here today, and I have a statement that I'll read from him. But in addition, we have also with us Jessica Contreras, who is a survivor leader here in Nevada. She was a former resident of Courage House, and now she is an employee. So it's just a full circle moment. I'm so excited for you and this committee and everyone listening to hear from our survivors. We must include their voice in this discussion. And so I'm excited that she is here with us. Before I read Steve's statement, I just want to take off my professional hat as a founder and CEO and have my mom hat on for just a minute. 20 years ago, I met two young women who have a history of trafficking, and they called me mom, and I called them daughter. And before there was a Courage House, I was just a mom trying to navigate services for my kids. Both of my daughters were sold by their parents at the age of 6 years old. And I knew nothing about this world. I knew nothing about the unique needs of survivors. I had no idea what a healing journey looked like. And so I just have to say, as you guys are all making decisions on this topic, and if you've never met a survivor, we have to look at this and ask ourselves, what if this was our kid? What would we do? And the answer is anything and everything. And so that's the heart of Courage House. Most of the kids that we see don't have families that are safe. They don't have that resource that my kids had. They don't have a mama out there fighting for them. And so that's why we as a community have to look at these kids as our kids, and we have to fight for them in that way. So thank you for that. I'm going to read Steve's statement real quick, and then I'm going to turn it over to Miranda. So Steve is, I believe, listening in today, but he serves on our board, and he's also the founder of the Behavioral Health Association in Nevada, and is a coalition of elected officials and leaders in the private and public sector around Nevada to focus on advocacy and education regarding mental health and substance abuse in our state. Steve has lived in Reno for 16 years, and he designed, opened, and served as a CEO of many behavioral health hospitals and outpatient clinics in Las Vegas and Reno that has served all ages of adolescents and adults who are survivors of human trafficking. Steve believes that the establishment of Courage House in Northern Nevada is a milestone, not just for our community, but for the entire state. And the Behavioral Health Association of Nevada aligns perfectly with the mission of Courage House, which is to break down the barriers to care and ensure that every individual, especially our most vulnerable youth, can access the mental health services they need to heal and thrive in a safe and nurturing environment. Steve is proud to say that their association stands firmly behind the program of Courage House. Many people still do not know that human exploitation and trafficking exist and continues to exist in our state among the most vulnerable of our population, our children. The trauma that survivors of human exploitation and trafficking have endured requires a long-term residential program to assist them with their journey towards healing and empowerment. This journey to recovery from trauma is not easy, it's not fast, and it requires more than just a shelter. It demands an extensive program like Courage House and a community of caring professionals dedicated to providing mental health and substance abuse support, trauma-informed care, survivor-informed care, and the unwavering belief that every survivor deserves a future filled with hope and opportunity. It is our community's responsibility to provide these resources. Thank you. And I'll introduce you now to Miranda Richardson, who is our clinical director.
Thank you, Jenny. I'm going to give some background on Courage House as a program. Courage House is a specialized residential program for female minors aged 11 to 17 who have repeatedly been sold for sex. Courage House is not a lockdown facility. It is a voluntary, staff-secured, family-style environment situated on 40 acres in an undisclosed location, specifically designed for psychological restoration. We are a 20-bed facility starting with 5 beds. To understand the necessity of our model, you must first understand our population. 100% of the children we have served have multiple adverse childhood experiences, while 95% have suffered sexual abuse prior to being trafficked. For them, the world is not a safe place. As a community, we have failed them by not providing the healing resources that they require. Our program is built on a rigorous 3-phase recovery model. Phase 1 is stabilization. We focus on physical and emotional safety and trust building. Phase 2 is evidence-based therapies, utilizing trauma-informed variety of therapies such as equine, art, and music therapy. Phase 3 is reintegration, preparing survivors for the world through job trainings and life skills, ensuring their readiness for independence. In addition to our clinical programming, residents attend school on location due to the academic neglect common in trafficking victims. Residents arrive with an average GPA of 1.75, and through our on-site independent learning model, they graduate with an average GPA of 3.25. The most critical point I wish to convey today is the importance of our length of stay. Standard clinical windows of 30 to 90 days are fundamentally insufficient for this level of complex trauma. A large percentage of the girls we serve are in the foster care system, which means they simply cannot return home after a few months. Research shows family members are involved in roughly 41% of child trafficking cases, which means that family reunification is not a safe option because a primary caregiver was the source of the exploitation. Forcing survivors back into independence before they have had the opportunity to process their trauma in a safe environment significantly increases their risk of re-exploitation by traffickers, homelessness, unwanted pregnancies, and/or domestic violence engagement due to the fact that they have no place to go. Resident safety, both physically and emotionally, is one of our highest priorities at our program. To that end, our program is rigorously evaluated. We will be licensed as a psychiatric residential treatment facility by the Nevada Department of Health and Human Services, as well as seeking CARF accreditation, which is the gold standard in residential care. Furthermore, we have partnered with the University of Nevada, Reno School of Social Work for independent program evaluation to ensure our results are measurable and effective. In closing, I am here today with a specific and urgent ask for this committee. Nevada's vulnerable youth are currently facing a systemic vacuum. There has been no place in Northern Nevada that has programming specific to the unique needs of these exploited youth in a residential setting until now. Without programs like Courage House and St. Jude's Ranch in Las Vegas, our most vulnerable citizens are left to fend for themselves on the street or in the hands of their traffickers because the state has nowhere to put them. To solve this, we are asking for your support in two critical areas. The first is funding for this population. We need dedicated funding that recognizes these children will require specialized long-term care that standard Medicaid or short-term grants do not cover. To date, Courage Worldwide has spent 2 years and $1.5 million of private funding, mostly from outside of this state, to purchase property, make renovations, obtain license, as well as recruit, hire, and train our staff. We would like to thank and recognize Washoe County's contribution of $250,000 of public funding towards this project due to the severe lack of resources in our county. Second is the opening of our receiving center. Courage House is not a stabilization center, it is a home. We need the state's partnership and funding to open a receiving center in Reno. This center will serve as their front door for law enforcement and social services, ensuring that the moment a child is recovered, they have a safe therapeutic bed waiting for them instead of a jail cell. For 20 years, Courage Worldwide has been changing the world one individual at a time by providing long-term therapeutic environments where we empower survivors to move past survival mode and towards a life of stability and confidence. You will hear evidence of that from our next presenter, survivor leader Jessica Contreras. We are thrilled to be bringing our program to Nevada. Thank you for your time and commitment to investing in Nevada's youth.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. I appreciate you giving me the space and opportunity to be here. I have presented something to read to you all, just to give you an overview of my story and my experience with Courage House and where I'm at currently in life. But before I do that, I just want to start off by thanking Courage Worldwide and Jenny personally for offering me a seat at this table. It's so important going forward, and maybe my hope is to encourage other organizations. We heard from so many great people today, and we learned so much information about the work that they're doing, and something that I noticed was lacking were survivor voices in these spaces and in the implementation of programming. And so that is extremely important, especially when you're working with a vulnerable population like this, that you hear directly from the voices that have experienced this task that you're trying to take care of. So, anywho, thank you so much for the space. My name, again, is Jessica Contreras, spelled Jessica Contreras, for the record. I am a survivor of sex trafficking. I grew up in the foster care system all across California, and as a teenager, I was trafficked by somebody that was connected to the foster home that I was living in. I was in what was commonly referred to as a Romeo-controlled trafficking survivor, and so what this just means is that my exploitation was rooted in coercion, manipulation, and psychological control, rather than just that physical immediate violence that is portrayed in movies. The level of control that I was under was severe. I felt like I had zero choice. And so while I was actively being trafficked, I was never reported missing by the state of California or my foster parents. My foster family at the time continued receiving monthly funding for me while I was being exploited. And no one came to look for me. I wanted out, but I didn't see a safe way out. The only way that I truly believed that I would be safe was to get myself arrested. And that's the worst thing you can do when you're under pimp control. That's the last thing that you should do, but it was my only way out. And so I was detained. Detention felt humiliating. I felt criminalized, although I was a victim. I was just trying to escape my prison just to be put into another. I was labeled as a criminal again and not recognized as the victim that I was. But the reality is detention was the only mechanism in place to keep me safe, to get me away from my trafficker, to get me away from the life that I was living. That interruption ultimately saved my life, and I was blessed during that point in time to be quickly transferred to Courage House, Northern California, when it was open there. I was 17 years old when I moved into Courage House. For the first time, I experienced trauma-informed care. I had a home. I had what felt like a family. I had therapy, structure. I had stability. I had food. I had food every day, more than once a day. I began to develop coping skills and learning that like the things that had happened to me weren't my fault, and that I didn't do that to myself, and that I was indeed a victim, and that I had survived something. But I only had 6 months. 6 months before I turned 18 years old, and I had to move. 6 months to heal. Does that even sound remotely like enough time? Healing doesn't happen on a birthday. There's not just you wake up on April 4th and you are 18 and you are healed from years of trauma. Survivors cannot transition into adulthood without the tools necessary, and a lot of us were not given those tools growing up. That many of you are privileged enough to sit here and say that you had those tools. You had parents, you had structure, you had stability, you had food every day. You didn't have to sell your body to survive. Without safety and stability, the tools that we may give a survivor cannot take root. You don't have a root, you can't grow. Without safety and stability, our healing stalls. Education suffers, and our vulnerability increases. Just as Miranda had says, when there is not long-term care and you're reintegrated into life and into adulthood, there is nothing but vulnerability happening to you all at once, where you have no choice but to go back to what you know. And I've seen that time and time again with so many of my survivor sisters that have not had that leg up, or have had someone coming behind them and rooting them on and cheering for them to do better or to choose better, or that they are worth more than what they're currently choosing. And so I, again, am going to piggyback off of what Miranda said and say that extended care is not about prolonging a survivor's dependence on a program, on a system. It is all about building their independence so that they have the right time and structure and environment to enter into adulthood with the security that they didn't have growing up. Right now, detention remains one of the only guaranteed ways to interrupt trafficking exploitation in Nevada. That reality alone shows why safe and specialized programs such as Courage House Nevada or St. Jude's in Las Vegas are so important. Like many survivors, I didn't have a safe or stable family to return to. There was no safety net waiting for me. That is the reality for many survivors of trafficking, whether they were trafficked through boyfriend control, familial trafficking, or other forms of exploitation. There has to be an option for them. And we don't have, well, now we do. Now we have an option, but we need more. And I implore the chair and the committee members to solidify and set aside funding forever for Courage House Nevada, Courage House everywhere. I don't care. The federal government needs to fund this. And today I get to sit before you guys and speak as a full-time student at the University of Nevada, Reno as a social work student. I am a single mom. I am serving on the Lived Experience Advisory Board with Courage Worldwide, which is just another great aspect of the organization, and it's important to have survivor voices implemented into your programming. This board is made up of survivors who come from different forms of trafficking, whether that's familial, international, or boyfriend controlled like myself. We use what we live through to help guide us, to help guide Courage on how programs are built, because survivors deserve the care that is shaped by people who understand what it was like to walk through that. This is a full circle moment for me, as Jenny mentioned, and just a reminder of the redemption that's possible for survivors when they're given the resources and the support they need. My trafficking is part of my story, but it's not the end of it. I am now pursuing a degree to become a licensed clinical social worker. I hear that there is a gap of qualified folks that can work directly with sex trafficking survivors, and so I am going to do that. I want to continue to work directly with survivors with Courage House Nevada, and I want to leave you guys with this last note, just begging you on my hands and knees to please ensure that Nevada's youth are given the same opportunities that I was given, and not just to survive their exploitation, but to recover fully and become a fully functioning adult. It doesn't mean that life is going to be perfect and life won't be hard, but giving other survivors the opportunity to be in these spaces and to find their purpose and to get an education. I never thought I was good at school, and here I am on the dean's list and have been since I've started. So just something that Miranda had mentioned, and this will be the last thing I leave with you, I promise, because I'm a talker, is the GPA thing. I came into Courage House, Northern California, with I think less than what you said, a like 0 point something GPA, because I moved so consistently and was being trafficked. I left Courage House with a 4.0. A 4.0 GPA. I never thought I was capable of attaining something like that. So if there's any proof or evidence that you need that residential facilities such as Courage House Nevada or St. Jude's in Las Vegas work, hello, you're looking at the poster child. I'm here and I am thriving. And I, again, thank you, Chairwoman and committee members, for giving me the space and opportunity to be here. And again, to Courage Worldwide and Jenny Williamson for, again, giving a survivor the space and opportunity to be heard.
Thank you so much. And, you know, first and foremost, we, of course, regret the experiences that you had to have. But we're very encouraged and delighted to see you healing and recovering and thriving, as well as an example for so many other people who may not believe that this can happen to them as well, that they can come on the other side of this as well. So we appreciate hearing your story and knowing how difficult it may be to open up and be vulnerable and candid with us, but we do appreciate it. We also agree that under the best case scenario, coming from the best, most preferred family setting anyone could ever imagine or make up in a Hallmark movie, that 18-year-olds are not ready to go out and just be full-fledged adults in our world anymore. So specifically, we understand the added needs for our youth in foster care. So thank you for that. I imagine we do have a few questions. I have a few questions, but I'm going to open it up to members first. Members, do we have any questions? In Carson City?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It's Alexis.
Okay, go. Yes,
Assemblywoman
please,
Hanson.
Please, Assemblymember Hanson, continue.
Thank you. Really more a statement than a question. I've had the tremendous honor to get to know these women and to visit this lovely residence. And, you know, it's been a journey for them. And I'm just here to advocate and to thank those in the room that are there. We have to pay attention. There are some hiccups that we need to help these municipalities make it easier for these licenses. They've had quite a struggle with the business license part of it, some other things with building and whatnot. So I'm grateful to those in the room that have been able to connect. And so just a shout out to those that are helping and trying to speed it up. It's costing too much money, and I understand we have some girls that are ready and waiting, and instead of being able to go into this home, they are languishing in some of our facilities that are run by wonderful people in the county, but we want them to have the residential experience. So I'm grateful that you were put on my radar by some wonderful people in the community, and just want to thank you for what you're doing. Thanks to all those organizations today, and just a little buzz in all of our ear to make sure these organizations are getting through the bureaucracy in a more timely way, because that has been an issue for Courage House. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. My question is about the program itself. One, if you could define what a PRTF is for the edification of everyone watching, and also what caught me right from the beginning is you said that we serve minor age individuals. Can you tell us, when you say minor, what that age is that you're able to serve, and also what is the youngest person you've served?
Sure, I'd be happy to answer that. It's Miranda Richardson for the record. So a PRTF is a preferred psychiatric residential treatment facility. It's a type of license within the county that we have different standards of care for when we are a PRTF versus a group home. As far as our age range, we are females for right now, age 11 to 17. As we build, like we said, we are eventually going to be a 20-bed facility starting with 5. We will have opportunity to see what is needed in the community. If we have a high need for boys, minor boys, then we can bring them on in their own cottage, but it does depend on the community needs, and right now it is females aged 11 to 17. I'll let Jenny speak on the youngest.
Yeah, it all has to do with the licensing. So our licensing will allow us to take an 11 to 17-year-old. Typically, our kids are placed from the county, and so if they're younger than 11, our counties try very hard to put them with a foster family. But as we all know, the older a child gets, we have less families wanting to take a 12, 13, 14-year-old who's highly sexualized, been in the criminal world. We don't have a lot of specialized foster families for those. So thus our licensing for that age group. But again, we bought 40 acres to be able to have cottages. So if we start seeing younger kids in the community, we could have a cottage that would separate out teens from our younger. But right now, based on the needs that we are aware of, it's 11 to 17, but we have some leeway with that in the future.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and close out this presentation and hand it back over. Our chair is back, so she will take us from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Miller, for standing in for me, and thank you for your presentation. I think we have one more presentation from a community group that fights human trafficking, and that would be the Sierra Sage Treatment Center. We will invite you up here to present. Please go ahead whenever you're ready. So it looks like we have one member here in Las Vegas and then 3 people up in Carson City from Sierra Sage. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, go ahead when you're ready.
Nope. Trying to find our presentation on this. Let's see. There we go. All right.
I'm Rebecca Graham. I'm the Regional Director for Rite of Passage Nevada and Utah programs. And I'd like to introduce my colleagues here and in Las Vegas. So Laura, if you'd like to start.
My name is Laura Anderson. Here in Nevada, I am a clinical professional counselor, and in Utah, I'm a licensed clinical mental health counselor, and I am the regional clinical director for the Rite of Passage programs here as well.
Good afternoon. My name is Jerry Crandall. I'm the National Compliance Director and in-house corporate counsel for Rite of Passage.
Afternoon. My name is Micaiah Swain. I am the director for our Las Vegas programs, the Embracing Project and Pivot Point Center for Youth.
This is Rebecca Graham. So we're here to talk about Sierra Sage in specific, which is a psychiatric residential treatment facility that's been in operation since 2015 that focuses specifically on youth with trauma, complex trauma, and trafficking experiences. Rite of Passage as a company has been around for over 40 years. We partner with nonprofits throughout the country on CSEC services specifically. Sierra Sage Treatment Center is a nonprofit. The Embracing Project, which I'm going to ask Micaiah to explain, is a nonprofit. We work with Pearl Haven, Hawala Napua in Hawaii to run a trafficking program for girls there. So we have a variety of different experiences that we want to bring to this conversation. Micaiah, can you explain the Embracing Project?
Hi, Micaiah again. So the Embracing Project, like I said, is our Las Vegas program. So we are a community-based program. We operate a drop-in center, which is one of the very few specific to the needs of CSEC youth or sexually exploited youth. So we work with kids, and I will call them kids even though they're big, medium, and small. They are 12 to 21. We can skew a little lower and a little higher depending on the need and the appropriateness of services. So we have basically wraparound services. So we focus on behavioral health, whether that's therapy. Everyone has an advocate that works with them on case management, individualized treatment plans. Everything is individualized. The majority of the kids we work with are teenage girls. And as you can imagine, you can't treat everyone like they're in the same box. So we individualize everything and really meet them where they're at. So we have school, we have with us in-house, then also we partner to bring in therapists. So we are up to 5 therapists right now who all specialize in treating sexually exploited youth and also sexual violence in general, and some other specialties, whether that's substance use, domestic violence, and there's a couple others. Like I said, we also have our advocates. They do all of the work. They are with the kids. We try for a minimum of 3 months. But we do not have a maximum term of service because as you get older, as you heal, as you go through life, things change. And we want to be with them for as long as they need us. So it might start in the nitty gritty in the beginning, and we're just coming straight from their exploitation situation or wherever it is that they recovered from. And then, it evolves. We have first-time moms, we have first-time high school graduates, we have kids getting an apartment for the first time ever or trying to figure out how to deal with a roommate. These are just normal things that you do when you're growing up, but they're unfortunately, for the most part, we become their support system. So we're helping them navigate these things that are so amazing, but so scary at the same time. So like I said, we stick with them for as long as they need us. We go with them to court if they have it. We visit them in detention if they're detained. Stick with them, video calls if they're out of state, whatever it is they need, they're able to come to us. And then we have our drop-in center as well, where we have material things, hygiene, food, clothing, just the things that we take for granted, but the things that are so huge for them. We always have it accessible as something, just one less thing for them to worry about. So that is what we do Monday through Saturday, and sometimes on Sunday, depending on the case.
Thank you, Micaiah. Micaiah and her team work in Las Vegas, providing advocacy and support for survivors. As we move into our next slides, Laura Anderson, the clinical director, she's going to speak to the population, the needs, and how CRSage in specific treats those needs.
Thank you, Laura Anderson, for the record. So our target population, as we focus up on CRSage specifically, is what we can provide within a licensed PRTF. We have been a licensed PRTF in the state of Nevada since 2019, accredited by CARF since 2016, and certified by Medicaid also since 2016. Our focus is on female, non-gender conforming children. I will call them children too, though as Micaiah said, they sometimes disagree with me, ages 14 to 17. Focus is on trafficking survivors who have a CSEC history. All of our children have a history of some sort of sexual abuse prior, often to that CSEC history as well. That develops into a form of complex PTSD that, as our colleagues today have demonstrated, is quite complex in its treatment. The problem of CSEC in general in human trafficking in Nevada is and has been a persistent problem. It negatively impacts our youth, presenting as youth in social service system, youth in the juvenile justice system, who have little ability to regulate their own emotions and responses. This spills over into our community, affects housing systems. It shows up in reactive responses such as aggression and sexual acting out within families. It shows up in our health system and has a significant impact on our economy. As you can see from the slide, our Nevada is highly ranked and has been consistently per capita for human trafficking, and suicide is currently the #1 cause of death for youth aged 12 to 18 in Nevada. So this is a mental health crisis that we are collectively tasked to address. This mental health crisis nationally can be demonstrated where our CSEC survivors, 98% of them, have some sort of mental health diagnosis with significant complications from the complex PTSD that they present with. More than half of survivors have attempted suicide. Survivors have few internal resources to self-regulate as they've been living in chaos and resulting in higher reports of mental health diagnoses, depression, anxiety, complex PTSD, suicidal ideation, and attempts that require stabilization before treatment can truly begin. Our model starts with a foundation of safety and allows for stabilization. That is the key component to everything that we do. Without the stabilization and seeking of safety, you cannot begin to build towards your ultimate hope of establishing goals and attaining those goals and safely transitioning those goals into the community. Individual assessment and planning continues throughout their time with us, and we build upon this with skill building and therapy, seeking to establish their own voice through opportunities such as student council, where they get to vote on things like what snacks we're going to serve on a regular basis or what shampoo we should have, so that their voice can start to be heard and they can start to learn how they present themselves and make decisions that they previously were often not allowed to make. Moving on to our clinical treatment services, we focus on TFCBT, trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy. Now, TFCBT has the same arc as our integrated care model. The TFCBT focus is on establishing safety and then moving through the actual processing and treatment of the trauma. This is the gold standard of treatment in PTSD for sexual abuse. And one of the benefits, one of the challenges rather, is that the benefit of for PTSD with cognitive behavioral therapy is not seen until 8 to 16 sessions in. Complex PTSD throws this out the window. You're not going to be able to see symptom resolution or even improvement until 40 to 60 sessions. And we can all do the math and determine that even if you're pushing to 2 sessions a week, which most clinicians would agree is too much, it becomes pressure rather than something that can naturally be something that the child participates in. You're looking at 10 months to 15 months in order to be able to see the symptom improvement that you're looking for. Stabilization and skills building needs to underline this process. Our focus is on providing DBT skills and I Empathize, which is a CSEC psychoeducational program that focuses on understanding the community problem of trafficking trafficking and exploitation, all the way from bullying to sexual trafficking. The individualized care that we provide is based on assessments that occur throughout. And at the bottom of the slide in the little blue box, you can see a list of some of the assessments that we provide throughout the time that the child is with us. The individualized assessments, though, continue throughout. It is essential to assess needs, strengths, and vulnerabilities, as well as readiness for change. Ultimately, this is not a linear process. Change doesn't happen in only forward motion. Sometimes you need to take steps back in order to be able to continue proceeding forward. If you are avoiding your trauma, which is actually a diagnostic criteria for PTSD, then that may take steps backwards at time in order to be able to fully engage. The ongoing assessment is essential to ensure that the care is specific to where the youth is at any given moment. The other aspect of our establishment of safety is basic medical services. As you've heard today, basic needs are often not met in the children that come into our care. Having basic needs like being able to go to the doctor or have a dental appointment or even getting glasses when you have great difficulty seeing the board in front of you, all of those provide the safety and stability for somebody to be able to feel as though they are cared for enough to be able to trust you to engage in the process. Throughout our time, we are focusing on family and community engagement. First, we have to establish that safety, because safety within can then translate to safety without. You're learning to appropriately connect with others in a non-sexualized manner, because sexualization is what has been taught through the exploitation. Addressing that vulnerability is key to being able to return to healthy engagement and participation in family and community. But as you have heard today, family involvement is challenging. There are often times that the family has been a significant either producer of the trafficking itself, or at least has turned a blind eye because of the benefits that the family has seen. And I should note that many of our youth either have negative family involvement such as that, or limited family involvement, where the family simply doesn't have the resources to be able to show up in ways that they would like to. That safety within translating to safety without requires mastery of relationship building, engaging with resources, and addressing obstacles along the way. We provide a lot of recreational and extracurricular activities because children who have been in trafficking situations and in sexual abuse situations are often very limited in the access that they're allowed to have, both with normalized settings and normalized expectations of youth, as well as with normalized expectations of growing up. We spend a lot of time with our kids on outings, doing fun and exciting things, and we talk with our staff about how important it is for us to be able to be a kid again so that our kids can actually experience that experience. I had a child tell me just the other day that they're done worrying about growing up, they're going to play softball. We have a lot of sports programs. We follow NIAA standards, so they have to be able to meet their academics in order to do that. We attempt to make this as much as a normal high school experience as we can in the setting of a PRTF. We have clubs and enrichment. Monday night, the students had the telescope out, and we're learning all about the astronomy that you can see from our beautiful, vast sky. And Tuesday night, they were making their own nebulas in the art class that followed. We have equine therapy, where we have a PATH-certified equine therapy specialist. Because quite frankly, horses, though they weigh sometimes close to 2,000 pounds, are a lot less scary than adults. And you can perhaps process some of the things that you need to learn and practice with a horse better than you can with an adult. All of these are done in line with normalized activities, including education, which we provide credit recovery and the opportunity for graduations, which are honestly some of the most all-inspiring times that I've experienced while I've been at Sierra Sage. There's not much that can rank up there with a child who's come in incredibly credit deficient, who's able to walk across our stage and graduate. Ultimately, we're seeking to plan for the child's discharge from the moment they come in our doors, because no one should stay with us forever. That requires us to identify where the child will live, where they will receive services with attention focused from the very beginning on balancing their needs, their project, their progress, and what we need to provide next through continual assessment and maximum benefit of care. Our average successful discharge length of stay is approximately 10 months, because we start from the beginning of looking towards what are we trying to accomplish and what is success for this particular person at this particular time in their journey, ensuring that we are always paying attention to keeping them in care to provide the support that's necessary and not seeking to provide care, not seeking to keep them in care for someone else's reasons. Our level of progression pathway is provided to the child from the start. They see all of this information so they can be planning. And again, taking that accountability and ensuring that they are focused on setting their goals so that they can ultimately achieve those goals with a positive discharge that returns them to a community that can support them and provide them with what they need. As you've heard today, there are still a lot of gaps in that, but we're trying.
Jerry Crandall for the record. I come to you today as a licensed attorney who used to work, who used to represent foster youth in the state of Nevada in their child dependency cases, making sure that the youth had a say in where their next placement would be, so that they felt like they were part of the equation, and that it wasn't being done to them, but that it was being done for them. And now I work for the service provider. So I've actually worked on two different parts of the same equation, and with the goal always being the same is how do we keep these youth safe? How do we get the services necessary so that they can transition into young adulthood in a healthy and successful manner? That's always the goal for all of our stakeholders. I'm going to be talking to you a little bit today about how we at Rite of Passage and specifically Sierra Sage collaborate with the various Nevada systems that are currently in place. And then I'm also going to be talking a little bit about recent trends that we've seen with respect to these victimized youth. So with respect to, we currently take placements from both the child welfare sector, so children that are in the foster care system pursuant to NRS 432B, as well as court adjudicated youth on the juvenile justice side. And I'll talk a little bit about that. It's worth noting that we also accept private placements with parents or legal guardians, and we do enter into single placement agreements, but the majority of our placements are from the child welfare and juvenile justice sectors. So we work very closely with Nevada DCFS and county placing agencies to accept referrals for those youth requiring CSEC residential care programming. We collaborate with Nevada social workers on individualized treatment planning and regular case reviews. We coordinate reunification planning or other permanency planning, as the case may dictate, with Nevada placing officials. We submit all required clinical and documentation and discharge summaries to the state or county placing agency. And we participate in Nevada multidisciplinary team or MDT meetings where various professionals, such as medical professionals, therapeutic professionals, law enforcement professionals can exchange notes and come up with a more tailored plan that is better suited to that youth's overall health and wellness. On the juvenile justice side, we accept referrals from the Nevada Department of Juvenile Justice and juvenile courts for adjudicated youth with CSEC needs. We coordinate with Nevada probation officers on behavioral compliance and treatment progress. We attend Nevada court hearings and provide clinical testimony when requested to do so. We ensure youth meet all Nevada court-ordered treatment requirements during placement, and we support reintegration planning consistent with Nevada DJJ case goals. With respect to the courts and the legal system, I'll elaborate that we currently collaborate with Nevada Dependency and Delinquency Courts on youth placed at Sierra Sage. We interface with Nevada law enforcement during active cases as appropriate. We advocate, and this is an important one, for trauma-informed, survivor-centered practices in Nevada court hearings. We connect Nevada youth with local legal services and victim advocacy organizations. And we support Nevada's CSEC interagency coordination framework and reporting structures. Next slide. So with respect to recent trends, the environment in which we're currently operating is slightly different, I venture to say, than what it was immediately before COVID-19. We responded to COVID-19 at the federal level by deciding to shut down the schools. So now we had kids that were at home much more than they were before. We saw the instances of abuse and neglect, not just in Nevada, but across the nation, start to increase during those school shutdowns. And the behaviors that we started to see from our youth, there seemed to be a correlation with respect to an uptick of certain behaviors. We started seeing kids that were more drug addicted than we had ever seen, more screen addicted than we had ever seen, more likely to be victimized than we had ever seen before. And that translates into how we had to modify our behavioral health programming to meet those evolving needs. So with that, the current trends, it seems that we're seeing a younger age of entry into residential settings. Youth are entering exploitation at increasingly younger ages, some before age 14, and as a result, early intervention is critical. Online recruitment. Social media and digital platforms are now the preliminary recruitment tool for traffickers, thereby complicating identification and prevention. At Sierra Sage, a smartphone is considered a contraband item that children are not allowed to touch. That is a gateway to continued human trafficking. Discharge cliff. Safe housing, community mental health, and transitional support are rarely available upon discharge, thereby increasing the risk of re-exploitation. It was earlier said today that 30 to 90 days of clinical treatment is insufficient, and I absolutely have to echo that sentiment. 30 to 90 days is not a realistic goalpost. If we're going to be able to provide these young ladies with a sufficient amount of cognitive programming so they can start making better decisions on a long-term time frame, they're going to eventually discharge from our facility. And once they discharge, they're more than likely going to be going back to the same community. What they're going to find in that community are the same drugs, the same alcohol, the same traffickers that they previously experienced. They're going to be waiting for them there. So our young ladies, once they discharge, they have to be able to make certain decisions that will protect their well-being. That's what our programming is designed to do. 30 to 90 days, that really is a window for short-term clinical stabilization, not a long-term time frame for better choices. Insurance and funding gaps. Inconsistent insurance coverage creates barriers to admission, mid-treatment disruptions for youth in crisis. So for a foster placement that's placed at a facility under 432B, that the statute specifically says up to 90 days, right? That is a short-term stabilization standard. And you're only adjudicated to meet that criteria if a judge finds you to be a danger to yourself or others. What we're finding is that it takes 14 to 30 days to get the insurance company to approve the programming. So what are we supposed to do with that young child in the interim, right? So there's definitely an obstacle that we as a community need to conquer here. Complex trauma profiles. Youth arrive with layered, co-occurring diagnoses such as PTSD, substance abuse, behavioral issues, requiring intensive, long-term specialized care. Again, 90 days cannot be the goalpost if we're going to make a lasting change with this victim. Severe dysregulation. Emotional and somatic dysregulation often requires extended stabilization before deeper trauma work can safely begin. Again, the programming is not linear. As you can imagine, for one of these CSEC victims, there's a lot of resistance at the front end. It's not linear programming. They need some time to settle into that new residential program, and we need time to build trust with that client. And aggression. Aggression as a survival response. We are seeing youth, young victims who are more aggressive than they were, more physically aggressive than they were in the past. And it's important to note that aggressive behavior is not in and of itself defiance. Rather, it is the trauma's physical signature and must be stabilized before deeper treatment can begin. Thank you.
This is Rebecca Graham for the record. So as Jerry talked about, there are barriers to treatment that include aggression and dysregulation. 53% of trafficked women report significant irritability and outbursts of anger. 67% of survivors are in hypervigilance, where they're constantly, waiting for that danger, where they will be in fight or flight quickly because their system can't calm down. They're in that survival brain where they're navigating the world just trying to survive. So when we look at, how C-sex survivors behave in ways that are sometimes difficult to manage, and I echo the statements about the receiving centers for trafficked youth. Having them safely be in a place where they're understood, where their aggression and emotional dysregulation is understood as coming from their trauma and not from quote unquote bad behavior. So when we look at youth who are in the PRTF level of care, we're seeing youth that have significant complex trauma, and the behaviors they're showing how they've managed their trauma, self-harm, running away behaviors, substance use. Sierra Sage has a very robust substance abuse track, but we're recognizing substance abuse as a maladaptive coping to their trauma and going for that root trauma to help them feel safe in the world. So they don't need substances to regulate themselves. And so when we look at the system's gaps and policy regulations, we're not just looking at Sierra Sage Treatment Center. We're looking at what it's going to take for that patient who comes to Sierra Sage to be successful. Or ideally, there's services in place that prevent them from coming to Sierra Sage in the first place. There's a limited continuum of care in Nevada. Everybody has talked about it. So, there's all of these nonprofits doing their best to do the work with inconsistent funding. I'd like to let Micaiah describe how the nonprofit that she runs, the Embracing Project, how they manage to fund all those services that she talked about. Micaiah, can you share?
Micaiah Swain again. It's no secret, it's no surprise that funding for everyone, I think you heard every service provider in here talk about how difficult funding is. There's what seems like a really large pie, but then it's split into a million pieces, and we're all trying to do our thing and work together, but there's never enough. And as Rebecca said, we're all doing our best, but I don't think that's necessarily the best that we could be doing for the kids. And I'm kid focused. I've been for, over a decade, almost two. But the funding gap is huge. For the most part, salaries and everything, you need that because those are the people who are working with the kids, whether they're advocates, case managers, survivor leaders, whoever it is, they deserve obviously to be compensated for the job that they do. And we need those people because they do, like I said, they become the support system, not just a part of the support system, but the support system. We see kids time and time again, it might be 5 years, it might be 10 years later, come back and ask for a specific advocate that they had when they were 17, just because they needed someone to talk to and they remembered that face, that person. Some of the things that we do, I mean, to keep the shelves stocked and the food, we work with teenagers. You can't put in as much food as they're taking in. We hustle. We do everything we possibly can. We get donations from people. We have church groups, elderly group. We have a whole bunch of people who do donation drives for us because they know if they give us the physical thing, it's going straight to the kids, whether that's chips or muffins or heaven forbid juice. We don't need any more sugar, but all those things, they go straight to the kids. And it's what the majority of nonprofits have to do, is that we have a limited amount of resources. So everything that we can possibly get for the kids, we have to go out and get, while also doing what our job is, which is working with the kids. So it's always a struggle. Unfortunately, it's a time-consuming struggle, and I know I can speak for a lot of different agencies that I work with, that it's a part of the time that we wish we didn't have to use, because my favorite part is hanging out with kids. That's why I signed up to do what I do. They're amazing people. If I could have 40, well, if we could pretend I worked 40 hours, if I could have the full 40 hours just to be with the kids and work with them on themselves and what they're trying to get, how much more amazing would it be if we were all focused on that versus parts of us having to run around and look at ways that we can just keep the lights on. We've always said, at least at the Embracing Project, if the power company would take laughter as payment, we would compete with Luxor, but they don't. So we have to keep the lights on. So we do what we have to do. We work with a lot of different groups. Like I said, it's not a one organization show. We're parts of a puzzle, and we all work together, and it is sometimes trading donations. You need this, we need this. We don't need any baby items this time, but you guys have a whole stack of ramen noodles, so we trade things like that too, clothing, everything. We're truly working together, and yeah, it could be a struggle. It's worth it, because like I said, the kids that we work with deserve the very best, and I think we're only just hitting the tip of the iceberg. And I can say that as someone who's worked with them for a really long time, that they deserve as much as we can possibly give them.
Thank you. This is Rebecca Graham again for the record. I'd like to point to a couple other system gaps. There's a big piece of inconsistent training across the board. Some counties and placing agencies are much better than others, but across the state, there's a lot of variation in what the people overseeing these programs know about treating mental health, behavioral health, and CSEC youth in specific. So we have, a system, when we have system-involved youth, we have a system where non-mental health professionals are overseeing the length of stay, the treatment for mental health. Yeah. And I can see my partners in this field, nodding their heads. So increased training would help people understand the amount of trauma these kids have endured, the process which it takes to untangle that, to help them feel safe in the first place. So I think that would be a big piece that would quickly improve the care of CSEC youth around the state. We talked about the discharge cliff. Post-discharge housing, when a kid turns 18, they're on an island. They have very few choices in Nevada. If they were a foster kid, they might opt in to extended foster care. But if they didn't opt in right then when they turned 18, they will not be able to get those services ever. So if a kid's like, no, I want to be free of the system, and then they find out it's hard, they don't get that second chance to do extended foster care. And if the kid's placed through probation or their family and things aren't safe to return to their community, they don't have any other choices. We've been able to get kids at ENYEP at times. They do great work here in northern Nevada. They don't have a lot of beds, and they're meant for housing. When we, and I know that Awaken has their house where they work with trafficked survivors who are adults, they have only a few beds. And so the support, we talked about, there's no magic 18, but the support for kids after 18 is extremely limited. And so that part is I think a big worry. So when I look at policy recommendations for helping survivors of trafficking in Nevada, I'm looking at wraparound in-home services, both as a prevention and as a post-residential support. So again, our families have significant generational trauma. There's often cases where the family was involved in the trafficking or approved of the trafficking. We have seen many cases where that's the job that the family wants that child to get. You know, you need to make money so that we can have food to eat, so we can have the lights on, and you're expected to contribute to the family in this way. We've seen parents take kids for a home pass, and what they did during that home pass was dress their daughter up and send her into the casinos to make money, right? So it's, but how do you know what's happening in the home unless you're providing services to the home? How do you help families with generational trauma recover? So we're putting that child back into that home very often, and the services to help the family navigate the child returning, the regression that is inherent in transition, don't exist, you know. And so increasing wraparound support and services, again, funding that continuum of post-discharge services, you know, how does that person, again, through our network of nonprofits, we're, again, doing our best, but how does that survivor who turned 18 continue therapy? How they continue the psychiatric services? How do they continue those things with someone who knows what they've been through and knows how to treat them? Expanding prevention programming. Again, we're a state, as Melissa mentioned, we're a state that legalizes sex trafficking. And so that prevention programming to get to the young people, to help them understand that it's not okay for them, but it's okay for the adults. But anyway, but that we help kids understand the dangers of trafficking, why they shouldn't be involved, the different techniques that traffickers will use to try to get them involved, should be standard in our schools. You know, again, with the training, cross-agency coordination and communication, you've heard that from other providers as well. And very specifically, again, because we see dysregulation, we see self-harm, we see suicide attempts, we see aggression, recognizing and funding stabilization as a distinct treatment phase when working with these youth is incredibly important, because they have that complex trauma, they're stuck in that survival mode, and so you will see anger, fight or flight responses, you'll see aggression, you'll see an increase in self-harm or suicidality when they can't run away, because part of PTSD is avoidance and not wanting to touch the hot thing. And our kids who've been through abuse and trauma throughout their lives, they see anger as danger. So if another girl's like, "You touched my stuff," well, that's scary, and she needs to run away now, right? That's scary, and if she can't run away, she's backed into a corner, it turns into self-harm or aggression, because she can't avoid this conflict, no matter how small it might be. Kids with PTSD perceive anger as danger. And so I apologize if we took a long time. Sometimes it happens when you include more people have things to say. But we are open for any questions or discussion.
All right. Are there any questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any in Las Vegas, so we will go to Carson City and online. I don't see any there either, so thank you so much for your presentation. This concludes item 3 on the agenda. We are finished with our discussion of combating human trafficking for now, and we are going to open up another really important conversation. I appreciate everybody's patience and endurance today. We are starting our study pursuant to Assembly Concurrent Resolution, so ACR 4 of the special session on traffic safety in the state of Nevada. So this afternoon we have about 2 hours. I'm not going to keep people past 5 because our staff works really hard as it is already, and they need to go home and see their families too. So in the next 2 hours, we're going to hear from 3 different groups about traffic safety. I want to be clear that this is not our only opportunity to discuss these issues. We can come back to the table. We will come back to the table to further elaborate on anything that comes up today. This is, our start to talking about traffic safety, which I know we all share an interest in improving throughout the state of Nevada. At this time, we will start with our representatives from the Nevada Advisory Committee on Traffic Safety and our state agencies. It looks like a couple of you have already made your way to the table in Carson City, and we have a representative here in Las Vegas. So I will turn it over to you to get started whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair Scheibel and Vice Chair Miller and interim committee members. It's good to see you again. Sean Sever from the Nevada DMV, but I'm here today representing the Nevada Advisory Committee on Traffic Safety, or NVX as we call it, which I am proud to say I became the chair of earlier this year. Traffic safety is something that I'm passionate about, and when I heard the high number of children that were being hit in the Clark County School District school zones this year, which I believe is 303 at this point, I felt like I had to do something about it. So switching gears from all your presentations this morning, it's a hard act to follow, but we have an important topic to talk to you about today as well, traffic safety. So we are happy ACR 4 passed in the last special session, because when you see a younger person who hasn't been trained on the rules of the road darting in and out of traffic on a scooter, like I did recently in a school zone in Las Vegas recently, you also realize something needs to be done about it. We look forward to sharing ideas with you on what other states are doing to regulate the mini e-scooters and e-bikes that are traversing through our school zones around the state every day. I also have with me Amy Davey she is the director of the Office of Traffic Safety, who also serves as the NVX vice chair. And then I also have Lacey Tisler here from NDOT. She's a traffic safety engineer. And then in Las Vegas, we have Dr. Deborah Kuhl. She's from the UNLV Trauma Center, and she's the chief there. Today I read an article that said one particular trauma center in Las Vegas sees at least one e-scooter, e-bike traffic-related injury per day. And in 2025, they saw 4 fatalities and over 200 injuries. Just briefly on the NVX Traffic Safety Committee, the purpose of our committee is to save lives on Nevada roadways. And we do that by meeting regularly, contributing to the Highway Safety Plan, providing an annual report to the governor, and recommending policy initiatives that we hope will save lives. You can look to our group whenever you need something on traffic safety, or better yet, when you want to put something forward to help reduce crashes or fatalities on our roadways. As you can see from this slide, the NVX committee is widely represented by transportation agencies, law enforcement, public health officials, the court system, and 2 legislative representatives. We have a diverse group of people that are looking to improve traffic safety every day in Nevada. So like I said before, look to us as your traffic safety subject matter experts. So now I'd like to hand it off to Ms. Davey.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Davey. I'm the director of the Office of Traffic Safety in the Department of Public Safety. We're team presenting today, so I will be popping in and out with a couple of slides. This slide is intended to just kind of serve as an introduction to some places where not attempted a thorough review of Nevada law. And I know we have some local government agencies coming after our presentation that will probably be able to speak to municipal code and local community policy. I'm just not good at mining everything out of the NRS, but I did spend a lot of time on research, and I spent a lot of time compiling some ideas and some resources for you, which I will get to in some future slides. ACR4 has identified electric bicycles, electric scooters, and electric motorcycles specifically, but another term to refer to the broader category of personal conveyance devices that I have found is wheeled recreational devices. Now, I will tell you, in the research and study that's going on across the country right now, we're seeing a lot of different terminology. And so you're going to hear some different terminology, but it's meant to broadly cover these kinds of personal conveyances or wheeled recreational devices. Wheeled recreational devices can either be human-powered or motorized wheeled objects. This includes bicycles, skateboards, roller skates, and scooters designed to propel a person for leisure or transportation. The big distinction being the speed at which a person can travel using a motorized device versus a human-powered one. And all of the users of these devices, no matter what kind of device it is, would be referred to in traffic safety terms as a vulnerable road user. I will use the term VRU going forward. Now I'm going to turn over the next set of slides to Dr. Deborah Cools, who's the Chief of Trauma at the University Medical Center. She's going to walk us through data and statistics at a national and Nevada level.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today on such an important topic that relates to injuries that many times are either life-changing or life-ending. I'm first going to go over some national data. So the American College of Surgeons, which is an organization that verifies all trauma centers in Nevada and in most states, issued a statement on electrical bicycle safety as recently as 2025. They note at that time, based upon 2022 data, that over 1 million electric bicycle crashes, bicycles are sold in the U.S., and the injuries at that time exceeded 20,000. I'm leaving behind a copy of this material for your reference. They urge state and local governments to step in with safety initiatives and also injury prevention. When we look at just ER visits in the U.S., over 2 million what we call micromobility injuries occur, and these include e-bikes, e-scooters, and various other electric mobility devices, and they are always new on the market, so it's hard for us to keep up to date on them. So they indicated this number of people visited ERs in the time range of 2019 to 2022, and they increase nearly 300% during this time period. And e-bike injuries are increasing more quickly, more rapidly than moped injuries. And I think we've talked to you in the past about moped injuries. When we look at what actually happens to the human beings on these devices, brain injuries are the most common serious injury for e-bike and e-scooter riders, and up to 13% of them require hospitalization. So these are very serious injuries. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to turn our attention to Southern Nevada data, and I was able to collect data on e-bikes and e-scooters for all 3 trauma centers that are civilian in Southern Nevada. And we can see that 602 patients were treated at trauma centers. And I should note that only the most seriously injured come to a trauma center. So this is just the tip of the iceberg. And our mortalities included 10, which is, 10 lives really lost to this mechanism. And also when we look at both adult and pediatric, we can see they're very high numbers. Over 150 children were treated at local civilian trauma centers last year, and only a little over 30% actually were wearing a helmet of any sort. And this was pretty consistent over all of the 3 trauma centers. It was in the 30s. So there's clearly room for improvement. Next, I'll take the next slide. Okay, at UMC, which is where I work, and I'm the chief of trauma at our level 1 trauma center and our level 2 pediatric trauma centers, we found that from 2023 through 2025, that the adult injuries nearly doubled, and pediatric injuries have increased by over 400%. I would say I was on trauma call on Sunday, and I got a patient who was on an e-bicycle traveling at what was estimated to be 60 miles an hour without a helmet. And he lost control of his bike. And when he finally kind of crashed independently, supposedly he had decreased his speed to 20 miles an hour. But these are really, really scary circumstances. I also want to just note the fatalities that are in the bottom table. And we can see that in 2025, we can see that the fatalities, and I should notice that these are preliminary data, not final, from the Nevada Office of Traffic Safety. And these numbers really only involve when there's a motor vehicle involved. Many of our scooter and e-bike crashes, they hit a tree, they hit a pole, they lose control, and so forth. So that's why the numbers can really vary. And I would just like to say, next slide, we would really like to for you to appreciate kind of the severity of injuries and how many hospital resources are used on these injuries. So sort of the top number is, this is average injury severity score. So we have some that are lower, some that are much, much higher. And we can see this high number, and it starts really at 0 or 1, if you will, and can go to a very high number, that these are serious injuries, and they have remained serious among both adults and pediatrics. And if we look just like the average length of stay in the hospital, for adults it's nearly 5 days. For children it's somewhat less. And for those who require ICU admission, they spend about 5 days in the ICU, and then they typically will get what we call downgraded to a non-ICU before they leave the hospital. And I appreciate really being able to present this data for you today. I think I and others would welcome the opportunity to work with you to keep Nevadans safer. And next, I'm going to introduce Lacey Tisler, who's the Chief Traffic Safety Engineer at NDOT, and she is in Carson City. Thank you.
Thank you. As Dr. Cole said, I'm NDOT's Chief Traffic Safety Engineer, Lacey Tisler, but I'm here in my capacity as an NVACS member. And I'm excited to share ongoing work in Nevada with their known traffic safety partners. So the Nevada DOT, through my team, has the opportunity to lead Nevada's Highway Safety Improvement Program and Strategic Highway Safety Plan, or the SHSP. It's a federally guided document, but it operates as a place for collaboration in Nevada's traffic safety community, and it includes partners that, as we see here at NVACS, your subsequent presenters, and many, many more in the traffic safety community. The plan received its approval from Governor Lombardo and the FHWA this year, and it's based on the Safe Systems approach, graphically represented in this slide. Before I move into the information we have from
From the plan, I'd like to touch on the Safe Systems approach because its operating principles show the collaboration and efforts that we are working through as a traffic safety community. So the Safe Systems approach, we find six principles. They're on the outside of the wheel, and it's deaths and serious injuries are unacceptable. Humans make mistakes. Humans are vulnerable. Responsibility is shared. Safety is proactive, and redundancy is crucial. Using those, thank you for having us here, because that's how we get there. And next we have 5 elements, which is safer people, safer vehicles, safer speeds, safer roads, and post-crash care. And that's not just limited to our motor vehicle. That's every person in every mode that navigates every one of Nevada's roadways. So, using this approach and the information from the SHSP, the safety community can identify known data and gaps. So I want to start with crash data. Using the best available statewide 5-year data through 2024, noting that 2025 is still preliminary. We confirmed that the crash data has not kept pace with the observed trend in e-devices. So our electric bicycle, electric scooter, and electric motorcycle crashes only account for 0.5% of the fatalities and 1.2% of serious injuries in crash data. So knowing that, along with information, a lot of what Dr. Cools just shared, we expanded the data to look at known crash types resulting in similar injuries, or where errors occur with a selected person type, rather a regular bicycle versus an e-device, and found the following information. So our pedestrians and bicyclists are 29% of Nevada's fatalities and 21% of serious injuries. When we add e-devices, everything we know, and every other traditional non-motorized device, scooters, wheelchairs, anything of that nature, it rises to 30% of fatalities and 23% of serious injuries. And if we're looking at similar injuries, we need to also look at motorcycles. So motorcycles account for 19% of the fatalities and 18% of serious injuries on Nevada's roadway. So aggregated, similar injuries make up, similar crash types make up 49% of fatalities or deaths and 41% of serious injuries on Nevada's system outside of a regular car. So really important to apply what we know to the e-device conversation. It's also important to mention that there will not be a crash record unless a motor vehicle in motion is involved. So it's not considered a crash if a bicyclist, e-device user, or anybody else on the system crashes into a tree, parked car, pedestrian, causing bodily harm or death. There's also a lot of information from the community and public health partners that pedestrian, bicycle, and e-device crashes with motor vehicles may not be reported due to the fact they do not seem severe. And so we only have records from our trauma data, not from our crash data. So understanding that hard numbers are likely underreported and inaccurate, looking at other data pieces. So information from e-device sales or ridership to supplement observational on e-device trends. Using information provided by our public health partners, including historical data from similar users as we look at mode shifts. Also looking at existing infrastructure gaps. We know where there are gaps in bike lanes, multi-use paths, and other spaces for these devices on the system. And looking at that, we can ensure that all road owners, not just the DOT, but everybody involved in the partnership, can build adequate spaces. And then lastly, we need to talk about speed. So first and foremost, speed directly impacts both the risk and severity of injury in any type of crash. So the faster a user is going, the harder it is for them to see and avoid a conflict, and their speed directly impacts the forces or kinetic energy on the human body when involved in a crash, increasing the chance of bodily harm or death. Noting that the speed of the devices that we're seeing on our road is equally important to the conversation. These devices, e-devices, can operate well over posted speed limits, much like our existing motor vehicle fleet. To address this, we recommend considerations, regulations, and enforcement-based practices based on the transportation system rather than on the e-device capabilities. And with that, I'd like to hand it back to Director Davey.
Thank you. On this slide, I'm just bringing you some information that I've brought you before. ACR 4 talks about school zone safety as well. So this is a report that that the UNR Center for Advanced Transportation Education and Research provided based on some studies that they did under a grant from my office, the Office of Traffic Safety, at 15 school locations in northern and southern Nevada. You'll be able to look up schools in your own community, in your own district, and see the findings. The full study includes additional recommendations and a lot of detail about what we're seeing related to speed issues in school zones. And you heard Chief Tisler talk about the importance of speed when it comes to user behavior and the severity of injuries. Next slide. There's a little bit of a summary here related to the 15 school zones that were studied, and I think the big takeaway here is that the study identifies an alarmingly low compliance rate with posted speed limits during active school zone speed control hours. If I were to take a poll of everybody right now, you know, what's the speed limit in a school zone? Probably everybody here would get the right answer. It's 15 miles an hour in 99% of the cases. But the compliance rate with that 15 mile an hour posted speed limit was in the range of 24 to 34% in this study. And in fact, some speeds were observed in excess of 50 and 60 miles an hour in active school zones in the course of this study. Okay, the next two slides, go ahead, Sean, thank you. The next two slides are intended to provide you with ideas and possible policy solutions. And I think this is kind of the meat of what we're doing here today. Not just describing the challenge or the problem, but bringing you some sort of a review of what we see going on as communities across the country really study and grapple with trying to provide the most safe practices. So it may take me a little bit longer to cover these two slides, but they are the last two slides. I'm the caboose, so I hope you'll stick with me. On slide 13, as I mentioned, many states and local jurisdictions are discussing this topic and grappling with how to ensure safe roadway and vulnerable road user infrastructure usage for motorized wheeled recreational devices, micromobility devices, whatever you want to call them, e-bikes, e-scooters. Communities have concerns about safety for e-device users and how they interact with traditional cyclists and pedestrians, sharing that same infrastructure, and with other types of roadway users, such as motor vehicle roadway users who are licensed and educated to use the road in a manner different from what e-device users may be doing. You heard Mr. Sever talk about sort of that surprise element of, you know, the rules of the road, but sometimes e-device users are young people. They haven't been trained in the rules of the road. They haven't gone through any kind of a formal instruction or licensure, and they may be behaving erratically and in ways that road users or even pedestrians and other traditional vulnerable road users would expect. We also know that e-bikes, e-scooters, e-motorcycles can and have been modified by users to operate outside of their standards. And new types of wheeled recreational devices seem to appear regularly. Somebody told me that recently they were in Las Vegas and saw e-unicycles, and I think they were on the freeway, which means they were traveling at, you know, some crazy speed. So on this slide are compiled a variety of resources and information on approaches that other states are taking, including legislation, recommendations, and educational resources. And I hope this will really serve as a resource for you and for your researchers at the legislature and at LCB to do some additional research and maybe bring back some policy considerations for the committee. I'm not going to discuss every approach, but I am going to offer a few that I selected from these resources, and then the final slide makes has kind of a list of potential policy considerations. The National Conference of State Legislatures, always a good resource. There are sections on e-bike and e-scooter laws. I don't think they've been updated recently, but they do provide a general overview of what other states are doing, including age restrictions, roadway use, speed restrictions, operator requirements, helmet laws, and so forth. The organization People for Bikes has published a legislative toolkit that includes their recommendations for safety-related policies, education, and infrastructure. There's a recently released report from the Massachusetts Special Commission on Micromobility. This is an excellent report. I highly recommend this. They did a very comprehensive analysis of micromobility safety issues and provided a set of recommendations that are within 4 categories: core framework, safety and enforcement, infrastructure, and growth. And they came up with some really interesting ideas. One, they recommend establishing a speed-based four-tier classification system. So where right now Nevada has a device-based classification system for e-bikes, class 1, class 2, class 3, depending on how that bike has been manufactured. This report actually suggests that a speed-based tier system may be more beneficial as it keeps up with, as devices proliferate, or if people modify a device to go outside of its manufactured capabilities. Instead, we're looking at a speed-based classification system. They talk about legislative changes to update definitions. They also recommend empowering the DMV, sorry, Sean, with rulemaking authority for e-devices in certain tiers. So where certain speed thresholds are reached, perhaps there needs to be some type of rulemaking adoption relative to how those devices are operated on our roadways. They recommend updates to the crash data reporting system to collect better safety data. They recommend police training, speed setting on multi-use paths. So if you can imagine, speeds on paths instead of just roadways, and other shared use facilities. Education campaigns, design guidance, micromobility integration plans for existing infrastructure, which includes public transportation. So things like, I'm riding my e-bike to the bus, is there a place for me to bring the e-bike on the bus or to lock it up at the bus station? And then they also recommend reviewing liability laws related to e-device use. San Jose State University published a comprehensive report on e-bike safety data and policy options, which includes clarifying the legal status of the many two-wheeled, electric-powered, this is their term, bicycle-shaped devices. And I want you to know I put this in here just because I wanted to be able to say bicycle-shaped devices at least once out loud, that do not fit into any device category in the California Vehicle Code. My colleagues at the Utah Office of Traffic Safety, the Utah State Highway Safety Office, notified me that their legislature is currently considering a bill that, among other things, makes it unlawful to consume alcohol while operating an e-bike, requires helmet use under 21 years of age restrictions for certain locations, and establishes a mandatory safety course for children under the age of 16. And then the last couple of resources there are 2 existing e-bike safety courses. These are national standardized curriculum courses that are available to take online, virtual courses online. All right, last slide. In this slide, I have listed some possible actions that the committee may want to consider, and it's not intended to be a comprehensive list. I'm just presenting as many options as I found in the resources that I brought you. Not really editorializing any of these or representing some as more favorable than others. I'm just providing a list. Any of these considerations may merit further study by the committee. Number 1, where I reference update definitions and connect existing requirements. As I mentioned, there continue to be emerging trends in types of personal conveyance devices and motorized wheel devices. And the current classification system may not adequately represent devices that are modified beyond their classification. So a broader-based approach to identifying motorized personal devices may provide more long-range adaptability. And then the committee may want to consider crosswalking existing motor vehicle statutes to e-device applicability, such as Utah's proposal to identify impaired riding as unlawful, speed limit requirements, creation of more encompassing terminology that recognizes vulnerable road users as a category of road user. So right now we think about pedestrians or bicyclists or e-bike riders, but maybe we just need to recognize these are vulnerable road users they're outside of a car. They don't have the protection of a vehicle. They can't put on a seat belt. They don't have airbags. Another possible action would be helmet laws for users. Age-based rider restrictions. For instance, Utah's bill defines age categories for use of these electric vehicles. It says that if you're under 8 years of age, you're not even supposed to be using one. If you're between 8 and 14, you can use an e-bike or an e-scooter with a parent, with somebody, an adult. Excuse me, I don't think it says parent, I think it says an adult with you. Education requirements for riders. Utah is going to specify mandatory safety education for riders under the age of 16, I think it is. Licensure and or registration in some cases. When we talked a little bit about those tiered systems of speed. Delegation of local authority. So we're seeing examples, and you're going to hear from some local government officials after me, adopting codes relating to the use of e-devices in their communities. And maybe this would be enhanced by providing guidance in the NRS regarding the scope of local authority for handling these kinds of questions. Location restrictions for operation. Where can these devices be operated? The Massachusetts report identifies 3 infrastructure recommendations. They talk about adopting a unified design guidance for trails and paths with micromobility and e-device accommodations, implementation of micromobility integration plans for existing infrastructure to include public transportation, and funding for upgrades and expansion of existing infrastructure. And then finally, I did not list on the slide, a few more ideas. Enhanced product regulation. So currently we have some product regulation in our statutes about labeling the type of device, including regulation of handling of the lithium batteries. There have been some circumstances where lithium batteries have started, just as they do with your phone or your laptop or anything, they can start fires. Providing charging stations to device users. Law enforcement e-device impound authority. Updating requirements for data collection to specify e-device crashes, use of enforcement cameras, police training, and education campaigns. And that concludes our presentation.
So Sean Sever, for the record, thank you for your time today. We hope you walk away with some ideas on how to improve traffic safety for e-scooters and e-bikes in our school zones. And we'd be happy to work with you on any possible statewide solutions, and we can answer any questions at this point.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Are there questions here in Las Vegas? Vice Chair Miller.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for the doctor. When we saw the report of the 10 fatalities, do you know how, if and how many, if so, were minors?
Deborah Coles for the record. Hold on just one moment. So of them, 2 were minors, were pediatric patients, and the remainder were adults.
Thank you.
And that's just based upon my hospital's data. That's not all 3 trauma centers split out between pediatric and adult. But what I can just say is we're seeing really, really young injured people who, receive these devices like for Christmas gifts and birthday gifts and so forth. So I think there's a lot of education of parents that is really needed.
Thank you so much.
Other questions? All right, we'll go up to, yeah, okay, Assemblymember Moore.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I do have a question about the school zone study, the speed limit. The schools listed on here on your on the PowerPoint presentation, are these the schools that you found that had the highest amount of people speeding through, or how were these locations picked?
Thank you for the question, Amy Davey, Office of Traffic Safety. These were the 15 schools that were included in the study. We had to, narrow the scope of the schools. And we had a limited amount of time, actually. UNR really wanted to produce this information before the last legislative session. So they selected 15 northern and southern Nevada locations, and actually they met with local government authorities to ask them, where are you seeing issues or challenges? Where is the road maybe a higher speed road? Where are you seeing injuries and young people being put at risk? So they took some community feedback and they selected their locations based on that.
All right, and I think we have a question up in Carson City. Assemblymember Hanson, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. Ms. Davey, or Administrator Davey, you mentioned the Utah. Was that proposed or did it already pass?
Proposed. It was submitted to the Utah Legislature probably just about 3 weeks ago. My colleagues knew that it was coming and were letting me know that as soon as it was released, they would provide that information to me.
Great, thank you.
All right, any other questions? I am not seeing any, so I think that will conclude our presentation at this point. Thank you so much for being here. We will move now to a presentation on road safety from local government agencies here in Southern Nevada.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Scheibel, members of the committee. Joanna Jacob, JACOB, on behalf of Clark County. I'm here kicking us off with my colleagues. Thank you for having us today. I just wanted to give a brief overview. Electric bicycles, electric scooters have become an issue, as you heard from the previous presenters, in Southern Nevada. And while we have seen that these are popular with parents and families in Southern Nevada, there are some increased issues. Their rapid adoption has raised public safety concerns for our pedestrians and for riders and drivers. And that is why our board has taken some particular interest in this topic here at Clark County. You heard about the data from Dr. Cools of UMC. Of course, Clark County and UMC partner very closely because Clark County funds UMC. And so we watch their trends as well. And we have partnered with UMC on several public service announcements that we did in advance of an ordinance that we passed in May while I was with you in the legislative session. Our board did pass an ordinance, and that is because many incidents that we had seen in the months leading up to that ordinance adoption addressed these e-mobility devices and micro-mobility devices were operating at high speeds in pedestrian areas. There was a lack of helmets being worn and safety equipment. And there might have been reckless behavior, such as stunts or wheelies or big tricks that were being done, and inexperienced riders. You heard that talk about maybe not very cognizant of the rules of the road. To address those concerns, in May of 2025, the Clark County Commission adopted an ordinance, and that was really our effort to do as much as we could on regulations of e-bikes and e-scooters across the county. It went into effect in October, so that's why we worked a lot in advance of that to do public service announcements because the ordinance created clear definitions and safety standards and has fines associated with it. And one of the first challenges that we did try to undertake was concern from law enforcement about definitions. So we had aligned in that ordinance, and I want to say I did not file a copy of the ordinance in advance of our presentation today, Chair Scheibel, but I can certainly do that after the meeting today if you want to start gathering that as part of the study. We did align in our ordinance, we defined e-bicycles to align with the state definitions to try and bring some parity on the regulations. So that is divided between class 1, class 2, and class 3 bicycles. Class 1 is really pedaling only, pedal assist only, and they max out at 20 miles per hour. Class 2 vehicles or bicycles do have a motor or pedal assist, but maxes out at up to 20 miles per hour. And then class 3 has a motor assist, but that will only be available up to 28 miles per hour. So that we really tried to regulate based on how these bicycles are operated and also the speed limits. We also addressed e-scooters in our ordinance and aligned again with the statute as defined in the state law. You heard that in the previous presentation, and use the state definition. That is, e-scooters must weigh under 100 pounds and they only operate maximum speed up to 20 miles per hour. And that is really our attempt to try and align the standards. We had several safety standards that we did put in place at the local level. So we really restricted how fast these things can operate in our county parks and recreationals up to 15 miles an hour. And we did, I think I'm informed that we were the first jurisdiction to require helmets to be worn by minors while they were operating this. So then in our ordinance, we have that helmets are always recommended by anybody who operates these devices, but that it is required by minors defined in our code. And they really, another safety thing that was put in place, and that was that the devices must include a bell or a horn and front light and rear reflectors so that they can be seen. We prohibited this kind of the reckless riding that I mentioned, where stunts and wheelies. And we also tried to address e-motorcycles. You'll hear about this from the next presenters, but we prohibited the operation of motorcycles regardless of how they're divided, I guess, in county parks, and that was our attempt to do that. We do have a fine structure based on the violations. So it begins with $150 for the first violation, $300 for second violation, and then subsequent violations are subject to a higher fine of $600. And we did write in that the parents are financially responsible for any violation committed by the minors. That is in our ordinance. We obviously, Clark County, as you are aware, has multiple cities. And I think you'll hear about this from the next presenters. While we have done a lot of work to try and align our ordinances, and I know that's been a subject that you have heard about in the legislative session, we have done a lot of work, but it can be difficult for our law enforcement partners when different jurisdictions have different definitions and different ways that they regulate this type of thing, because we have different governing boards. And I think that may be something that my colleague here from Las Vegas Metro can speak to, I guess, in his years of experience in the Traffic Bureau. So I'll provide some more perspective on that, Chair Scheibel, or to provide more perspective is my colleague, Lieutenant Cody Fulweiler from the Traffic Bureau of Las Vegas Metro. And I guess we can kind of present our information and then stand for questions. So I'll turn it over to Lieutenant. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, for the record, I'm Lieutenant Cody Fulweiler with the LVMPD's Traffic Bureau. From a law enforcement perspective, the rapid increase in electric mobility devices presents operational challenges. Metro has appreciated the opportunity to work with Clark County and the City of Las Vegas in developing these ordinances to improve safety and consistency across jurisdictions. Because these devices can reach speeds comparable to small motor vehicles, unsafe operation can quickly create dangerous situations for riders, pedestrians, and drivers. LVMPD recently updated our weekly traffic action report to separate electric mobility devices into their own categories, including electric bicycles, electric scooters, and electric skateboards. Previously, many incidents were grouped into broader categories. This change allows Metro to better track trends and identify patterns related to these devices. While enforcement plays an important role, preventing injuries requires a broader strategy that includes education and community engagement. Clark County has partnered with UMC and LVPD on a public safety outreach campaign to encourage responsible riding. I will now turn it over to my partner, Andrew Bennett, Clark County's Director of Traffic Safety, to discuss those efforts and the data we are seeing regarding students.
Good afternoon, Andrew Bennett for the record, Director of Traffic Safety for Clark County. The reality is many of these injuries that we're seeing are preventable, and reaching riders with the right safety information can make the difference between a close call and a trip to the emergency room. As the lieutenant said, at the end of last year, Clark County partnered with UMC and the LVMPD. Together, we launched a public safety outreach campaign focused on responsible e-device use. The key components included a public service announcement featuring Dr. Ball from UMC, social media safety campaigns, both in English and in Spanish, with the focus on the helmet usage, the speed limits, yielding to pedestrians on trails and sidewalks, and avoiding reckless riding. Looking at local data helps us understand who is being impacted when these incidents are occurring. One of the primary focuses of my office in the recent years has been leveraging other data from Clark County departments to develop new policies and actions. One of the newest data sets that helped formalize information about the number of children that were hit was in coordination with CCSD, PD, and several of the previous state partners that we just heard their presentation from. We now have almost daily updates on the number of students that are hit. And as you heard from Sean Sever, so far this school year, 303 students have been hit going to or from school in Southern Nevada. In these crashes, 46% of those students were using an electronic device. Electronic device use begins to increase in middle school. Incidents involving e-scooters began appearing more frequently in ages around 11 to 13. And younger elementary students rarely appeared in electronic device crashes. The most electronic device incidents involving high school students were on e-bikes with the age ranging from 14 to 18, with e-scooters appearing earlier in age than e-bikes. Finally, with the school traffic safety working group was formed to address the lack of a coordinated regional approach to traffic safety around schools. The working group includes obviously the county, the school district, the state public charter school authority, every local municipality in Southern Nevada, all their law enforcement agencies, transportation partners, and public health organizations. The group analyzes risks, identifies interventions, and develops coordinated strategies related to policy, infrastructure, enforcement, education, and communication to improve school zone safety. This group will complete its work and its list of recommendations by late April or early May. And electronic mobility devices are becoming a permanent part of our transportation system, and our goal is not to discourage their use, but to ensure that they are used safely. And with that, that concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? Anyone in Carson City? Not seeing anyone. Senator Krasner, do you have a question? Okay, then with that, thank you for your presentation. We will go ahead and close this portion, and we will open it up for, we have a presentation from our northern representatives of local government, which will be representatives of Washoe County School District, the Regional Transportation Commission of Washoe County, and representatives of the City of Reno and the City of Sparks. So with that, if you could approach in Carson City. And I know I named more people than there are seats available, so just rotate through as you choose.
Good afternoon, committee members. Thank you for having us here today. I'm Officer Robbie Pape, Safe Routes Coordinator for the Washoe County School District.
I'm Captain Joe Colcurcio from the Washoe County Sheriff's Office, also representing the Reno Police Department, and I will close out with City of Sparks is not here, so we'll save that one.
And I'm Paul Nelson. I'm the Government Affairs Officer for RTC of Washoe County.
We're going to start today with a little bit of education, specifically to the Safe Routes to School program in the Washoe County School District. So like presenters previously said, some things we're currently seeing, e-bikes and e-scooters are a growing concern. This has been a growing concern over about the past 12 months. It wasn't on the top of our radar previously to that, but now it continues to be one of our biggest issues within the school district. With that, we're seeing an increase in collision and complaints. We're seeing juvenile riders driving unsafe behaviors. It's kind of weird from our perspective on what we see. If I put a juvenile on a pedal bike, most of the time they maintain the rules in which we teach them, stopping at crosswalks, looking both ways. But for some reason, since now we have these e-bikes, they're trying to beat traffic across the street. They're taking higher risks with these e-bikes. Many devices exceed the speed limits and legal limits. What these kids are doing is they're modifying them. So if they were supposed to only go 20 or they were only supposed to go 28 miles an hour, simple modifications made to these e-bikes are increasing those speeds. I've had students even tell us they can get them to go as high as 50 and 60 miles an hour, which is extremely dangerous. So with Safe Routes in the school district, we said, how can we educate students and families? Because families are buying these bikes, not really knowing what they're putting in the hands of their children. And so we formulated, much like the previous presentation, was a education and safety video. We put that video out on social media, Washoe County School District's YouTube pages. We sent it to all Washoe County principals at the middle and high school levels for distribution within their communities. We sent it to Washoe County Juvenile Services, Safe Kids Washoe County, and it is now on our district website. So just some of the things we want to touch base when it comes to education, and this isn't specific to e-bikes, this is every vulnerable road user when we're teaching education, but we prioritize juvenile rider safety or just basic travel of pedestrian safety. We provide parent outreach and safety materials, media outreach, social media videos, and school district education. And how do we do that? These are some of the ways we get to our student population. Safety education and school outreach. It's much like a safety presentation or anything where we can get large groups. We're invited to the schools. We'll either we'll hold them as the entire school, a classroom, or even a grade level. We'll go over basic stuff into more advanced stuff on how to use RFBs, how to use crosswalks, how to maintain lanes, how to use different hand signals when navigating on a bike. We also get the opportunity for encouragement and high visible events. We do that through walk to school and bike to school days. Bike month is the month of May. We formulate all kinds of different programs and outreach materials, and we teach kids how to properly navigate our streets as they are vulnerable road user. We have Nevada Moves Day. We have a balanced bike obstacle course. This is specific to very young kids, first grade. We teach them how to ride bikes. Within that obstacle course, we're teaching them basic skills on how to, again, navigate our roadways and streets. Although we're not going to have first graders doing much of that, we want to start young. We also have multiple stops during that obstacle course where we teach kids just basic traffic and pedestrian safety. We recently ran our safety poster contest with Washoe County School District. That gets it on everybody's mind, not only staff but parents. We have kids participate. We reward them with a new bike, the winners with a new bike. We also reward them with an iPad, and their artwork is displayed on one of RTC's buses for a 12-month period. So it's a really cool program, and it allows us to get kids involved in traffic safety and pedestrian safety. Infrastructure and engineering collaboration. So we meet with not only the city of Reno, but also the city of Sparks and Washoe County on a regular basis. With the city of Reno, it's actually bi-weekly. We call it the EEE, which is Enforcement, Engineering, and Education. And we go over through all of our school zones and the issues that we're seeing within those school zones, and we try to combat the issues that we have. Data-driven evaluation. So we do that through crash reports, citations, and tally sheets, right? So within our department or Washoe County Sheriff's Office, we can evaluate the citations, how many speeders do we have in those areas. When I speak about crash data, that's something specific to kids walking or rolling to and from school. Currently this year, we have 16 incidents of children getting hit on their way to and from school. We're already surpassed last year's numbers, and we still have 3 remaining months of the school year. So that's data-driven evaluation. Community awareness and social media, that kind of goes into everything I've just spoke about. Some things that we try to highlight in our education. The most important thing is protect your head, right? We can sustain an injury to our elbow. We can't sustain an injury to our head. We do see the majority of our smaller children and students wearing helmets. It's about that middle school to high school age group where it's a real struggle to get them to wear helmets. So we're still combating that. Obviously, obey traffic laws. Where can I ride? We want to inform them where they can ride their bikes or their e-scooters. Riding with friends, we want to keep them highly visible and in large groups. They're visible when it comes to motorists. And we teach them the difference between e-bikes and motorcycles. And I can define those in the simplest of the NRS is pedals. If an e-bike has pedals, fully operational pedals, electric motor which produces not more than 750 watts. A motorcycle, every motor vehicle equipped with a seat or a saddle, not more than 3 wheels in contact with the ground, excluding an e-bike as defined in NRS. And I just gave you that NRS. And do you have anything on education?
Joe Colacurcio for the record. So I specifically cover the Incline Village area, and that is one of the biggest issues that we had in the area, complaints from the constituents. One of the things working within the school district and having a deputy resource officer in the school, we did have the education portion as well. So we actually held in the high school a large group of them came in. We had the deputies present to them what a legal bicycle was, an e-bike is, what a motorcycle is, and provided that information not only to the kids but the family. Once that was done, we had an enforcement phase after that portion, which allowed us to contact the individuals, most of them at the school, and allow them to understand that what you're riding is actually a motorcycle and illegal, and with those. So the education portion, I believe, is the biggest part that needs to be pushed through the communities, as parents don't understand what their kids are riding, and the kids don't understand what they're riding, and they don't know the laws and rules of the road. So with all that combined, and I think the education portion is what gets those micro-mobility items off the roadway, puts them in a safer place, and then make sure they're legal with that portion. So, and I'll turn it over to, we're gonna go engineering portion, right?
Paul Nelson for the record. So at RTC, there are a lot of things that we do when we're building our roads, when we're doing our planning. We try to find ways to make the area safer. So there's a lot of ways that we can engineer our roads to make them safer. But when it comes down to driving behavior, that's something that we can't always control, but we try to do as much as we can. So one of the things that we're working on right now with our engineering is what we call the neighborhood network plans. So we broke Reno and Sparks up into 12 different neighborhoods. You can see on that map right there. And we're going through and doing 2 neighborhoods every year. So last year, we looked at number 9 right there in the center of Reno, and I believe that's number 7 over there in Sparks. And we did a plan going through that entire area and trying to find ways to make it safer for people that want to ride their bikes or walk within that neighborhood, and finding ways that we can do quick fixes that are inexpensive and we can do quickly. So we did Central Sparks last year. This year, we're doing the plans for the Meadowwood Mall, Donner Springs area, and also Sun Valley and the Panther Valley area. In the meantime, we're looking at implementing the plan that we came up with last year with Reno and Sparks. So we're going to be doing, this is about a 6 or 7 year process where we'll be doing 2 neighborhoods we're planning, 2 that we're putting the implementation into the process. Next slide, please. So some of the ways that we can do these, what we call quick builds, are on the screen here. You can see bike paths are a big part of it. You can have the bollards that'll separate the bike path from the roadway. In the middle there, you've got a little makeshift roundabout that can slow traffic down in certain areas. The top right picture is a bulb out, just to make pedestrians more visible and give them that extra protection when they're crossing the street. That bottom left is called armadillos, where it divides the bike lane with the roadway. Doesn't look like a whole lot, but apparently when a car hits those things, it really rattles the car and it doesn't feel very good for the driver. The middle picture there is a center refuge, pedestrian refuge, so that if they're walking across, say, a 4-lane road where there's a lot of traffic, they can stop in the median there and wait till traffic gets a little bit, till it lessens a little bit. And then on the bottom right picture there, another bike path with just a divided curb to give them that extra protection. So these are all different treatments that we're looking at to put into these different neighborhoods as we go along. So some other things that we're looking at, specifically in areas near schools. When we do these projects, we look at a corridor. We don't just say we're doing a bridge replacement or a road rehabilitation project. We're not just looking at the infrastructure. We're also looking at how we can make that whole corridor or the bridge safer. So one of the projects that we're looking at doing here in the next couple of years is the Keystone Avenue Bridge replacement. This is real close to Reno High School, and the current bridge right now was built in the 60s, really with no interest of having pedestrians and bicyclists on it. We had some meetings with the community. They made it clear that they do want access for pedestrians and bicyclists on the new bridge. And in the meantime, we're also looking at the neighboring streets. So Booth Street goes right out in front of Reno High School. There's also a bridge that crosses the Truckee River right there. We're looking at also implementing some safety on that roadway, possibly a cycle track or bike path or something like that. So in the area of Reno High, there will be a lot more pedestrian and bicycle access and safety as we go through this construction process. Next. Another one we've got is our 2026 traffic signal modifications. This is over by McQueen High School. So over on the corner of Mayan and Robb Drive, there's a traffic signal that we are making some changes to just to make this whole intersection a lot smoother, a lot safer for pedestrians, a lot better for the flow of traffic. And that top left picture is right there on the corner of 7th Avenue and Robb Drive. We're going to be putting in a pedestrian flashing beacon. There's a lot of people, there's a stop sign at that intersection that a lot of people just blow right through. So having pedestrian flashers there will make that area a lot safer for students that are crossing to and from McQueen High School. Next. And then when it comes to the signal improvements, we're going to be making improvements, tying in some fiber lines so that these traffic signals can communicate with each other. There's also 2 schools right there on Stead Boulevard. You got a middle school, you got an elementary school. We think that some of the improvements we're making along this corridor will also make it safer, not only for the people that are driving there, increasing the flow of traffic, but also making the pedestrians, especially the little kids and the middle school kids, a lot safer. Next. So the Sparks Boulevard capacity improvement. This is pretty close to Reed High School. A lot of students that go to Reed High School use this corridor, whether they're old enough to drive or if they're riding their bike or they're walking there. Not only are we adding capacity on this stretch of road, we're going to go from 2 lanes to 3 in each direction, but we're also making big modifications to the multi-use path that goes alongside there. There's also going to be bicycle lanes, so students that are traveling from their neighborhood to Reed High School along this corridor will have a lot more comfortable and a lot more safe ride when they're going. Prater Way. So yesterday, the Sparks City Council just approved our plan to go in and redo Prater Way between Pyramid and Probasco Way. So with this project, it's actually a road rehabilitation project. So we're going to go out, we're going to replace the pavement, but we're not going to change the amount of asphalt. It's going to be the exact same width of roadway, but we're going to restripe it. So instead of having 4 lanes of travel and a center lane, we're changing that to have 2 lanes of travel and a center turn lane. We'll be keeping the parking on the north side of the road, but we're adding bicycle lanes on the south side of the road. Not a lot of people like to ride their bikes through this area because traffic is going so fast. It's a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit, we know that people go a lot faster than that, 35, 40, 45 miles an hour. So by giving it what we call a road diet, we're hoping that that will slow traffic down, and it will make it a lot safer and more comfortable for kids as they're going to school. Dilworth Middle School is right along this roadway. We'll be making a lot of other safety improvements right along there, including some of the crosswalks and some flashing pedestrian beacons. The Eagle Canyon Safety and Operations. So this stretch of road, you've got Spanish Springs High School, and you've also got Shaw Middle School. There's also some recreational areas out there. There's little to no pedestrian and bicycle access on this roadway. So we will be adding in a multi-use path. Right now, kids are walking through the dirt between sagebrush plants and things like that. So by adding a multi-use path, it'll really make things a lot better for students as they're walking to and from school, or back home, or to some of these recreational areas. Next.
Joe Colcurcio for the record. So working on enforcement and throughout the Washoe County and the Reno Sparks area, one of the things that we developed and the Reno Police Department developed on their own was developing a towing and impound procedure. So any bike that was used in the commission of a crime or in violation of the civil infractions, those bicycles were actually towed or impounded, and then that pretty much puts a hamper on that for usually mom and dad, which requires mom and dad to come take the bicycle or come retrieve the bicycle. The biggest thing is emphasizing the compliance with the existing laws, and those are some troublesome issues. It is very hard to identify usually a Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3 bike. And with that being said, a lot of these individuals that are riding these bikes are jailbreaking them or customizing them to allow them to travel faster than the 20 or 28 miles an hour that they're set up for. Working with our regional partners, Reno, Sparks, Amy Davey, and being provided National Highway Traffic Safety funds to go out and do directed enforcement. We have done joint efforts with school police to go after those illegal bikes and chase, I don't want to say chase them down, but look for them and do the education portion. And then if we have repeat offenders, that's when the impounding and towing comes into effect. Some of the common violations that we see are unlicensed juveniles riding on the public roadways. That's a ginormous thing, because unlicensed juveniles pretty much come back to an uneducated juvenile. So the education portion is a huge piece to this. Tying back into the e-scooters, we go back into the DMV registration or the safety equipment requirements. Having those faster e-bikes, things like that, you end up with reckless speed, stunts, and actually running from the police. We've had multiple incidents in not only Washoe County, Reno, and Sparks. These individuals think they can outrun us, and they'll ride wrong way in the roadway. They ride extremely dangerous, putting themselves and others at risk, and that's a huge issue for the general public. They'll ride through the crosswalk or against traffic, like I just stated, and using the bike lanes or sidewalks illegally. A lot of times they're riding wrong way on the roadway, a lot of these younger kids, and they're putting themselves, like I said, and others in a dangerous spot. And the dangerous trends are spreading on social media. So we all know that kids love social media, they're on it, and usually turns into what can I do better or more dangerous than my friend, which then leads into putting everybody else at risk. A lot of the gray areas we deal with is the purchase, right? So anyone can go out and buy an e-bike today. They're purchasing a legal e-bike. What happens is they modify them. And then you have e-bikes that are capable of doing higher than 45, 50 miles an hour. And you have kids, young adults, individuals riding these e-bikes without a helmet, unsafe. And the hard part is to be able to test that on the roadway and the roadside when you do actually stop those individuals that are breaking the law. So having these, and is a big issue, having an e-bike and placing the e-bike on the sidewalk makes it illegal to have a e-bike on a sidewalk, but yet putting these bikes in a roadway with a younger child puts the child at risk for, being struck by a motor vehicle. So it comes back and forth. It's very gray area. You have to be understanding in law enforcement to say, hey, is it safer for them to be in the roadways? Is it safer for them to be on the sidewalk? But also at the same time, you have to look at it and go, what are they riding? Are they riding legal, illegal bikes? Have they modified them? All that comes back into play, and it becomes a big issue. And it becomes a gray area, and it becomes hard for the officer on the roadway to truly make a good informed decision on how he should handle it with that. Some of the potential policy and operational solutions that we have talked about is automated traffic enforcement, and that has been brought up here. Some of the limitations with that is any of the automated traffic enforcement is going to have to be looked at by a sworn peace officer if we are going to look into the enforcement action portion of it. If not, you're looking at a civilian or someone maybe just sending a warning letter or something along those lines. But anything to that, to be looking at that continued flexibility of what we should be doing and working with our regional partners in the area and being able to install more traffic signals, having traffic engineering take part of that. It's something that's becomes very, very important for the safety of the riders. Obviously, the clear classification by power output, again, they'll peel the stickers off, they remove them, they modify those bikes, and it becomes something that we got to deal with continuously. And the rules of the road are something that we have to train and educate on. And I think the safe routes to the road, doing education like that, and then having those big community meetings and putting it out are the biggest thing. But I think parents are a ginormous contributing factor for this, as they don't even understand the rules and laws that are applicable when they're buying their children e-bikes or scooters or even an electric motorcycle these days. The biggest thing that I would also say is helmet laws. I think there's something that we need to continue to push, and I believe helmet laws are only add to safety on a daily basis. And that concludes our presentation, if there's any questions.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. A number of members did have to leave to pick up children or attend to other work obligations, so I hope you don't take that as a sign of disrespect. We do appreciate you being here and sharing this information with us. Do we have any questions? I'm not seeing any in Las Vegas or from our friends afar. And I don't have any questions myself, so. We appreciate your presentation. That brings us to the conclusion of this agenda item. And I think those are all of our presentations for today on road traffic safety. And so that brings us into our last item on the agenda. As a reminder, again, we will have further conversations, and the Committee on Growth and Infrastructure is also studying this issue, and we will be working with them to come up with some solutions heading into the 27 legislative session. At this time, I'll open it up for public comment. Anybody wishing to make public comment in person is invited forward to do so now. I don't see anybody coming forward in Carson City or Las Vegas, so we will go to the phones, please. Anybody on the phone to make public comment?
The public line is open and working. However, there are no callers at this time.
All right, that brings us, okay, thank you. That brings us to the conclusion of today's agenda. We will be meeting again on April 14th. Did I say that right? Okay, April 14th. And until then, we are adjourned.